Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. It's been a while. I'll be starting a new season with Haas, yeah. Discord link should be in the description for this one, if I'm not mistaken, Dari. I'm happy to be back, feels good. Probably a bit longer break than I needed, but put my health first. So yeah, I'll be starting a new season with Haas. The goal here is to play a fairly limited game, where I will be putting some restrictions on myself to make it more challenging. And most of them are basically going to be limiting design, but we'll get into those limitations once we get a little bit further in. Rugovic instead of Schumacher? Honestly, I was thinking of keeping both Magnussen and Schumacher for at least the first season, but we might put him in as a reserve driver and maybe promote him down the line. But yeah. Feels good to be back, and as I said, we'll be starting with Haas. It's the lowest ranked team that I haven't actually played with yet, so we'll see how that goes. Performance 7 out of 10. Drivers the worst on the grid according to this. Start performance is actually pretty good, and the headquarters is complete garbage. Now, drivers, Schumacher, Magnussen, we have Fittipaldi as a reserve. Resta isn't the worst technical chief. I don't remember these guys' stats, so we'll have a look at that once we get in. The update is fine, yeah. I'm looking forward to testing it on a fresh save. So far, I've only really tested the update on saves that are already played on before. So I'll have a look here. But yeah, let's get into it. I'll be team principal, and I think we'll turn off first time guidance. Get it out of here. Don't need that. Okay. Get into it. Rugovic in the professional team? Well, I'll consider it. But for now, I'll just take it easy. Get to know team. So we start 11 days to our first race. Welcome to the team. Nothing much there. So in terms of challenges that we're going to have, we are going to put some pretty severe limitations on our designs. For starters, I can only use 2 slots at any given time for design and research. Going to make it a bit more challenging. I'm a bit unsure if I want to use presets instead of sliders. We'll have a look. But I will be doing what I call balanced development, which means that I need to develop every part one time before I can do it again. So every part needs to be developed once before I can do it twice. And the same for CFD. Every part needs to have a CFD internal cycle before I can use it on the same part again. Other than that, I think we'll stick to level 2 for most of our facilities. There are some other limitations that we could put in to make it interesting. But we'll see how it goes. The chassis, do they have a bad one? Hey Maddie. How are you finding the game so far? Red Bull should be a pretty chill experience, honestly. But yeah, let's have a quick look here at the facilities. Again, they are supposedly the worst. Everything but the Science Center is level 2, which is actually okay for us because, as I said, we'll only be using the maximum of 2 projects at any given time. And at most, we'll upgrade these to level 2 only to try and see if we can keep some challenge to against the AI. Now, in terms of staff facilities here, we don't have a team hub, we don't have a race sim, we do have a scouting department. So yeah, it's a fairly challenging starting point here. We might need to upgrade the weather center fairly early because it just has such a huge effect on your races. Yeah. Let us start by having a quick look at the analysis of the car and where we're lacking. We actually have a pretty decent low-speed cornering. About midway on the grid. Well, this lied to me. Thought it would be a little bit better. But yeah, car seems to be all around equal for the most part. Not too good at high-speed corners, but other than that, we should be alright. Red Bull has been a ride of 2022. Verstappen skill issues of braking and spinning, crashing. Yeah. Crashing could actually be a result of brake temps, is what we figured out. If you have on your car here, you see brake cooling. If this number is low, it might lead to more lockups and in turn lead to more crashing. So that might be one of them. Drugovic, honestly, I don't remember his stats, so let's go ahead and find him here. He should be fairly young, shouldn't he? This is our current one, and so Fittipaldi, I believe. Nope. Am I blind? There he is. Filipe Drugovic. Let's go ahead and just get a detailed scouting on him first and foremost, and then we'll make a decision down the line. Rashford show in his own race. That is a bit painful. Yeah. Other than that, we'll have a look at good old Boucher. It's a great choice, also for a sub driver. Doohan is also great. But Piastri is probably, I would assume, still one of the top choices. But for now, we will stick with just scouting Drugovic, and we'll see what we do. Shumis does suck, but glad you're back. Yeah, honestly, having kind of worse drivers to give us a bit more of a challenge. He has consistency. He's lacking a bit in pace. Racecraft too, for that matter. In terms of Magnussen, he has more of the important stat. Braking is high. It is arguably the most important stat for a driver to have. Accuracy, smoothness. I don't like smoothness. It doesn't... I don't think they've changed it, but in the test that I ran, it doesn't seem to have too much of an effect on tire wear. So it's a bit unfortunate. Being able to take care of the tire should be rewarded. Leclerc, Otto Leclerc as a reserve driver, yeah. It'd be interesting to just see if we can get little brother Leclerc better than big brother. Yeah, let us start our first assign part. Car plus development, new project, assign. Now, I just want to have a quick look here to see if Underfloor still has the biggest changes in terms of a car's performance, and it does seem to still be the same good old way as it used to be. I just want to see how the sliders interact. We put everything to the right here with all of the CFD. Gives about a 5% gain. This wouldn't be super great, honestly, but it would still pay out quite a bit to just slap everything to the right. Drugovic for his debut in Bahrain. I'm sorry. I was planning to just, at least the first season, stick to drives that we have. Mostly because it adds a little bit more to the challenge. And also because I'm using this as a testing ground for a potential, Canada challenge that I'm planning. As you can see, this would actually be quite a significant increase if we did it like this. Now, if we go with, say, high-speed performance, it would make the lower speed suffer. Sounds like a good plan, Maddie, to focus on your 2023 car when you get to the end of the year. But yeah, this would also work. It would increase our top speed by 0.2. We would gain very little low speed, medium speed, but high speed is actually one we need. So that will work. We could also go optimize aerodynamics, give us a little bit less. But honestly, I'm just tempted to just go what we usually do, put everything to the right, and test it out from this perspective, and then maybe just say that for the next one, we will limit it. But underfloor is definitely your number one concern. It just gives the most performance increase from the get-go. What do you guys think? Should I stick to presets to make it a bit more challenging? Or should I try with test the sliders all the way to the right, see if it's still the best thing? Trying to end Ferrari's hope. You far ahead? Yeah, let me know what you think about if I should do sliders freely, or if I should stick to the presets to make it a bit more challenging. Because presets will generally be a hamper for you. As presets, now that's a challenge. Yeah, I'm thinking that I think it will stick to presets. Honestly, sliders all the way to the right. Just looking at the stats here from, for example, optimized aerodynamics. Like the stats that it's focused on will still be a bit lower, honestly, than if you just slap everything to the right. So I'm thinking we do presets. It'll make it a bit more challenging. Could go balanced. It'll limit us a bit. We could go high speed. It is better than balanced purely because we get more focus to the right, which probably isn't the best way to think about it. So we are lacking the most in high speed in terms of cornering. This will not be ready for Bahrain either, so there's no big issue with doing things a different way. Airflow still isn't super important if I remember correctly. With the change to dirty air, it might be. We'll have to see. When should I stop designing on my car and start research for next season? That depends on your goals and your position, really. Like, if you want to go all in to try and win this current season, feel free to design it all the way. If you doubt that you can, it could be a good idea to stop a bit earlier, start focusing on next season's car. But honestly, again, it's very much dependent on your situation and your goals. Yeah, I think we'll go with high-speed performance. I'm liking this one the best. It's the one that will fix most of our issues. Well, more of our issues than the others. We'll also get a bit of top speed, some acceleration. And the gain here isn't as good as I'd like, but it's still okay. Now, I will be using Intense approach for virtually everything. Now, Intense doesn't actually give any benefits to the current part, but it will give extra expertise, which is basically the hidden stat that decides how effective your next part is going to be to some degree. So put 5 engineers on that, half of our team. It'll be done in 65 days. That'll take a while, but we can live with that. And we'll also start designing from the get-go. Since this thing is mostly focused on speed, we'll go ahead and get a front wing. We don't have any more CFD or wind tunnel hours, so we'll go ahead and make another, I think, a low speed performance front wing maybe. Excuse me. So as you can see, this thing will actually hamper a high speed cornering a bit, but with the gains from the underfloor, I'm happy with just straight up making it like this. That should be okay. Put 5 engineers on it, put it on intense, and we'll get it through the ringer. And that should be our current development issues done. As I said, in terms of drivers, I am thinking of just sticking with the ones that we have. Maybe switch out Schumacher next season. But I'm a bit unsure. Honestly, in terms of our facilities, the only thing I really want to upgrade right away is actually the weather center. We'll just upgrade this to level 2. And I think it could be a good idea to get a helipad up and running. So let's get that to 2. We now have 7 million left. I don't think we have anything else we need to worry about in terms of staff. Again, we have Resta here. Fairly decent. Not bad by any means. Head of aerodynamics could be better. But again, fairly decent. We have some not great race engineers. But we can live with that. Let's see. Check in terms of overall ratings. We have the 3rd best technical chief, which is great for us. In terms of aerodynamics, I think we'll be lacking a bit more here. Again, what would this be? 7th best? Not great, but again, no one else we can really pick up. And the race engineers are actually kind of bad. We find our first one down here, so we'll see over the winter if we can get some new race engineers. Hey Dari again. The Discord link should be in the description to stream. Unless it has somehow expired, which could actually be the case since I haven't updated that since I first started streaming. But let me have a quick look for you, see if I can find it. Okay, you found it. Very nice. Yeah, I think we're ready to just start getting into the races. We won't do anything with the facilities for now. The car has gotten what it could. Let me just check before we start here if we have some extra parts lying around that we aren't using. Because that is usually something that happens in the early game. But it looks like Haas has a very, very bad side pod that barely gives gains to low speed, medium speed. And that is basically 0.03% for low and medium speed, as well as 0.02 for the high speed corners. I think we're just going to leave that in the closet where we found it. Yeah. Let's get going. Every time he crashes, he destroys the gearbox. Thank you, Jeff, for the good luck. That is usually how it goes, unfortunately, Maddie. And it's a bit unfortunate. So, car development staff. We already went through these boys. Our sponsor obligations. Okay, so we'll have some races here where Magnussen will be control performance. Will be limited. Driver appearance. Schumacher losing experience gain for basically 2/3 of the races is not very good. Hospitality. Not too bothersome. Factory events. Okay. These are some pretty bad obligations, all things considered, but we'll live with it. I am glad to be back to Dari. And hopefully I can keep my ass out of the hospital for the foreseeable future. We will approve the kickoff party request, of course. And the helipad has been constructed. Good. It'll help us a little bit if we can keep up with sponsor targets payout, of course. That's really the only reason why we're building this. And we might as well just upgrade it to level 2 right away. I can live with that. Hello, Harry. The new update is the update that they released back in December, January, February. Because I have been spending some time in the hospital. It is new to me, unfortunately. So not really a new update per se, but kind of fresh one for me. I haven't really tested it on a fresh save yet, so not a super new update, but again, just new for me. Post-testing results for Bahrain. Yeah, kind of what we expected. Our car isn't really that good. It's lacking in a lot of places. Race prep for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Let's have a quick look. Our performance targets. I would have liked another update too, Harry, but I don't think we're getting one before the next edition of the game comes out. And I think that will be when I judge if it's something I'm going to keep on really buying and playing every year. We'll have to see. If they fix a lot of the issues, make it a bit more challenging, entertaining, I'm probably going to love the 23 edition a lot. Qualifying targets. Again, I'm actually a bit unsure where the car would be sitting. One driver's qualifying 12th or above. We can gamble on that, I think. Reach Q3. Honestly, that's the thing. I don't know exactly where the car is yet because I haven't actually tested it before. I don't think we're going to gamble on fastest lap. Qualifying position streak. This is a bit cheap, but we can do that. You wish there was an update where they add change to teams? Make them more aggressive in development? Yeah. Honestly, just having a difficulty slider would be nice, where the AI will min-max. The AI is usually pretty bad at keeping up with research, Maddie, so you might get in luck there. Yeah, I think we'll head over to Bahrain race weekend. In terms of practice, I don't know if I'm gonna play that, honestly. I usually just simulate practice, because at this stage, a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, we've already figured out what presets to use to get basically up to 100% setup confidence. So that shouldn't really be too much of a problem. Hello, I'm playing with Haas. It's the first time I've touched this team. I should probably go ahead and update the thing. Or basically letting people know that it's a Haas run, not just new save, new patch, finally back. Well, it's also kind of clickbaity now I think about it. Apologies for that. Haas playthrough, testing some limitation. There we go. Hopefully it updates fairly quick. So I don't keep on clickbaiting people. That feels kind of bad. Hello, Blasted. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think as I said, I'm just gonna give practice. Practice is kind of interesting when you do it the first couple of times, but it gets very repetitive very quickly. So I'm thinking I just set up the car as they usually be. I've done this so many times now that I think I remember it in my head. So we'll see once we've simmed through this if I do. Wait, was that one? Yeah, that seems right. Again, basically, someone already figured out what is the best setup for every track as it gets together. So there we go. Car has been set up. Honestly, it's very light on speed, yeah. Luckily, this is Bahrain, so to be fair, Bahrain also kind of relies on speed. Yeah, let us simulate practice. To speed things up, we'll be doing qualifying though. There we are. So, Magnussen 11th. Schumacher 16th. And 95 and 90. So we're very close already on setups. Now, when you simulate practice, the AI will use your setup as a base and modify it slightly. So as you can see, they moved this slider. But we have a couple of optimals I don't want to keep, so let's move that one bit. And there we go. Use this one a little bit in that direction. That should work. We'll see if we get a little bit closer. Although everything above 90 is honestly pretty good, all things considered. So I shouldn't complain too much. Let's try this. I think that should be okay. We should be okay with that. I'm hoping F1 Manager 23 will be a bit better too. Honestly, if they just make your own team edition would actually make things a lot more interesting. Magnussen down to 12th. Schumacher still in 16th. What we're expecting. A little bit of gain in setup confidence. Car parts knowledge, track acclimatization is also good.
Welcome back.
And with that, I think we'll just quickly sim through the last practice here. As you can see, our performance bonus is almost a maximum. This is, again, a sum of all three of these. And the higher you get, the better. So, yeah, I'll just sim through this. We'll get into the race. That's honestly the most fun part anyways. At least for me. But I might do practice at another track if it's something people are interested in. 96, 95. Again, car parts knowledge. If I did practice manually, I could potentially gotten this a bit higher. But it's not a big problem. Like, we lost 1 point for Magnussen and 2 points for Schumacher. 2 extra stat points. I can live with that. Now, in terms of qualifying, car parts are good. Schumacher did a few more runs here, as you can see on the durability. Harry, this is a freshly started season. It's the first season. Oh, Matt, are you doing Drogovic? What is his growth gain coefficient? But yeah, I'm basically doing a Haas playthrough where I put some limitations on myself to test if it makes the game more interesting to play. Because right now, with the way that I've been playing the game, within a season, I'll usually be dominating, which is kind of boring, honestly.
Radio check.
Okay, let us gamble on... I think an early run should be okay. And then we'll do one towards the end. Let's see here where we stack up. But yeah, judging by practice and what I've seen, I'd assume we'd be around the 15, 16. Till we get some of the new parts. And luckily, no one is actually, you know, blocking the track here for us, which is good. We'll be potentially a roadblock for Perez. Fortunately, we're not really roadblocking anyone else. We are quicker than Albon, though, by quite a margin. It was nice to see. It's kind of what we'd expect. And it looks like Sainz did block Perez a little bit there. We'll stick on the same tires, because honestly, we would probably won't make it through Q2. Having 2 sets of softs would be neat for the race. But that would mean that we need to get into Q3, so let's slap on a couple of fresh ones for both, and we'll take it from there. We're not really seeing anything out of the ordinary here. Magnussen's still ahead of Ricciardo, which is very nice to see. Vettel had a pretty bad run. Show had a worse run, but he had a lockup, so it's understandable. Kind of a congested track right now. So yeah, basically for qualifying, the strategy that I like to use is I send them out immediately, and then I send them out last. And it seems to be working pretty well, honestly. So Magnussen is still up in 9th, which makes it very tempting to me to just run him on the old set. And maybe see if we can push him into Q3. That would be kind of a risk, honestly, too. Now, again, Magnussen will be doing a lot better than Schumacher, simply due to pure race stats, even in the same car. And let's see here. I think this should be good for sending them out. We'll see how we do. Okay, so we just barely made it there for Magnussen before the cutoff. I think we had a couple of seconds to go on, so that was a bit closer than I'd like, but it worked out. Now, we didn't really need to send Magnussen out again, neither do we need to send Schumacher out, so we basically just wasted a pair of fresh softs here. Oh, we actually did need to send Schumacher out, and he barely didn't make it. That's a bit sad. It was a couple of hundreds, less than that actually. Sainz was fastest in Q1. Magnussen in top 10. You see that? Over by... Okay. That's a bit more than the thing told me. Yeah. We'll do the first run here on old softs. Mainly because... well... kind of need to. So we have a fresh one for final one.
Radio's good.
Start of the session. Should be good here. Let's see if anyone drives out now, because then there'll actually be a roadblock. Leclerc's gonna be a roadblock. Or are we actually... Good, we got him on the straight. Yeah. The thing that I really want for F1 23... It's just more driver individuality, because right now, with how the stats are set up, every driver functions the exact same, which is a bit unfortunate. Both Verstappen and Perez having not the best first qualifying runs. And we're going to sacrifice the softs here. And potentially put ourselves in a kind of a rough spot for the race. But it's a risk I'm willing to take. Again, Perez will go past us. That's just expected. The fact that we're ahead of Hamilton and Russell kind of scares me. I don't expect that to stay as it is. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this series and getting back into the game. We'll see if the limitations, the very light limitations to be fair, I put on myself will actually make the game more interesting. Maybe I sent him out a bit too close to Gasly there, but I think we'll be okay. Looks like we aren't losing any frames. Good. It means I've set up the stream correctly for once. I usually do the opposite, Maddie. I usually try and save a set in qualifying. Let's see here. How he does. I usually try and save an extra set of subs in qualifying, so I have 2 fresh ones, just to make, again, the races a bit more interesting. But one stopper does work really, really well in this game. Sadly, Magnussen did not improve. Again, he too is also out by just 300s here. So both of our drivers are a bit unlucky. There we go. That's qualifying. I think that's within the limit we set. So not the best, but once we get our new parts, the races will be a bit easier, honestly. See if we can hopefully score some points, like Magnussen did in reality. So with this, we have fresh softs for 2 sets here for actually Schumacher, and I believe 1 set for Magnussen. So not the worst thing ever. Could try this. I'm probably going to do this for Schumacher, not Magnussen. In terms of the degradation, how are we looking? The softs degrade fairly quick, and they don't really have much of an advantage over the mediums, so within 5-6 laps, the mediums will actually be quicker. And the mediums have slight advantage over the Haas. Within 10 laps, they'll be equal, so honestly, doing something like medium, hard, soft could work. Let's have a quick look at the race plan here. So most people will be starting on soft, since that's a premeditated strategy, so to speak. But what if we start on... Say we start on the mediums, and we make them last. Get some fresh softs. Would this work? It would be a couple of seconds slower in theory. But it's something that I'm tempted to test out. Honestly, switching out the softs here, running, what is this? 10, 12 laps on softs? What if we switch this to, say, hards? We'd lose even more time. Can we do... cheeky little one-stopper? Basically impossible. Okay. I'm thinking then that we do something like this. And we put in a soft stint in the middle. Which isn't really what you'd expect. But I'm thinking it could help us do some overtakes once we get here. The mediums will help us hold on longer, which is the goal. And we'll do the reverse for Schumacher. Now, as you can see here, the strategy isn't super bad. It's still kind of quick compared to the others in terms of estimate. This one will still be faster though. But it's, again, a very risky one. You're basically running on a knife's edge. They'll be down to about 30% every time. So we'll run it like this. We'll see how it pans out for us. Put the ERS to overtake. Use a bit of extra fuel. And we'll do that for both drivers from the get-go. And with that, I think we're actually ready to try out the first race here.
It's a cloudy night tonight. Here we go with the Bahrain Grand Prix.
There we are, and there we are too.
And it's lights out.
Yeah, wet races are kind of wonky on this game, Maddie, so it wouldn't surprise me. Okay, Magnussen, are you going to be able to hold on to your position here at the start? Kinda looks a bit risky. Bit weird, show got you. I can see Magnussen is the only medium
Good
runner.
job, Mick.
So, it's going to be a
Just
bit
keep
wonky.
concentrating.
Top 10 are all going to have to pit early, though.
Is that a new race position
So,
for Haas?
most of them should actually go into hards, which could help us out a bit. Now, Magnussen got show back, which is good.
Good job,
And
Kev.
I'm thinking we just speed up these first races a little bit. They aren't super interesting. It should be good.
Haas with an overtake.
Magnussen overtook show. Yep. And what I'm mostly considering about here is, will we be able to keep a hold or keep up with some of the faster cars in front of us? Right now, it looks like we are getting kind of a stretch in the DRS here. Norris is just barely trying to keep up with Gasly, and Gasly is desperately trying to keep up with Alonso. So, we'll have to see how this plays out. For now, though, energy usage, I think we'll put Magnussen to neutral. We do have DRS now,
Enabled, DRS enabled.
and we'll do the same for Schumacher. We'll burn a little bit more fuel. I think we can burn up to about 0.5 kilogram, but we need to start being a bit worried. Verstappen has done some shenanigans.
Sounds like someone's locked up. Let's take a look at the replay.
So,
Just watching the
as you
Red
see,
Bull.
Maddie, Verstappen is
And
causing
this, yes,
mayhem
there,
here too.
That's the lockup.
Although the cameraman needs to find a new job. Yeah. For now, the goal is basically just to maintain. Within 5 laps, our tires are going to be better than the guys around us for Magnussen. Schumacher is just running the same strategy as everyone else. So, it's going to be interesting to see how this actually plays out. Currently, we are only up to 9th, which is going to suck. Get me wrong. But we have got a gap here in the back to the Astons. The RS train will help us forwards. So if we're lucky, we might have a bit of chance of points here. Time to tune down fuel to balance for now. We've burnt a lot. Going to help us a little bit in terms of speed, but we might have to conserve later on in the race to make sure that we have enough to get to the finish line. Now, Magnussen is behind Norris. And it's actually kind of losing out now that we turned down his fuel. Kind of wanted him to try and recharge, but it looks like we won't be given that that option. Schumacher is just doing what he can to hold on to the back of the pack here. Now, in terms of tires, again, the cars in front of us are suffering quite a bit. Schumacher is also using up his tires quicker than the cars around him, which do make me worried for how we're going to handle his strategy. We might have to switch him over to double mediums to see if we can make something work here. Magnussen is getting closer to Norris though now. He is also running quicker lap times by 0.2. Done that now for 2 laps in a row, which is good. So we'll see if we can potentially switch him over to overtake, try and make a move here before Gasly potentially slips away from us. But let's see if we can actually do some harvesting here, get a bit of extra energy. Might have been a bad timing there to switch him over. Watching William Speeds run. How do my drivers regain fuel? They don't necessarily regain fuel. Cars are always... It'll depend on your engine, how much fuel you use. So some cars use less than others, based on just that. But in general, as long as you run balanced and you are in a DRS train, you will be regaining fuel. Now, if you are at the front of the DRS train like Leclerc here, even if you run balanced on some tracks, you will lose a slight amount of fuel. But generally, by just sitting in the back of a DRS train, you will, over time, save a little bit of fuel just from the slipstream, basically. Let's see if we can have Magnussen start to move up now. The other car's tires should be hurting, and he was very close there to making a move on Norris. Can he do that now on this next stretch? He got the move done, but it cost all the ERS battery, so maybe not the smartest thing I've done.
Haas with an overtake there.
Let's have a look and see how it went.
All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
Got him into the corner. Very good. That's not bad. Yeah, we do need to harvest now. You are correct. Now, Schumacher, we could probably start considering moving him up a bit. Again, his tires are the same as the cars around him, which is gonna suck a bit. But we could probably start making some moves for him too. Let's see. Once we get to this corner over here, we can start trying to see if we can move him up a little bit on the field here. A bit late there in changing the setting. Put him to neutral before he burns it all. Magnussen is luckily not getting left behind by Tsunoda, and he is actually getting kind of left behind by Gasly. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong couple. We do need to stick to the DRS train in front if we want to have, well, advantage, so to speak. Put him back to neutral. But yeah, first couple of races are probably the most fun and interesting, simply because you are going to have to make some decisions that you otherwise wouldn't. So Ocon 4 seconds to the other train, Bottas 10. I say we're still in a good position. Again, all of these cars will have to pit very soon. And hopefully here, we'll be able to stick with them through the use of DRS. That is the goal, at least. Now for Schumacher, again, we're going to have to burn down the tires to virtually nothing, which is going to hurt us quite a bit. So far, I think we've only had the one... No, we two pitters. Perez and Hamilton. And both of them are going to have to pit again later in the race. Gasly is still pulling us along.
Red Bull gained a place.
Perez overtakes Schumacher. Yeah, that's kind of what I'd expect, honestly. But if Schumacher can keep... He won't be able to hold on. His tires are so broken. I need to stretch him, though. That's the thing. And it's gonna hurt. So... If you don't have dominant cars, softs might actually just be a straight-up curse at this track. You won't slap the Ferrari, yeah. That'll be a common occurrence. Leclerc is burning his tires into absolute nothing, though. He's at 28 and already doing another lap. Same for Russell. Both of them could potentially end up with punctures here, which would be interesting. Now, Schumacher here has reached his pit window. Let's just get him in, get him on mediums. And for Magnussen, I'm wondering if we should switch over to Haas, maybe. See if we can make something out of that. But yeah, Schumacher, even with his shot soft set, aren't doing that badly compared to Magnussen. They're running about the same lap times, mostly due to DRS trains. And now everyone's pitting, and we are technically first. For a little bit there. We actually have Perez going for the overtake as I speak. So yeah, honestly, this is good. If we can just stick with Perez for the remainder of Magnussen's lifetime, that would actually help us out a ton. And that is basically the goal here, by starting on the mediums. As long as we can just latch on to Perez or the Ferraris, Magnussen is going to save so much time. And it will potentially allow us to finish quite a lot higher than we otherwise would have. So I will for sure allow him to destroy these tires. We're actually going to go down to light. I'll be focusing on him mostly. I have a bad habit of doing that where I focus on one driver, particularly when I'm running a lower ranked team, so to speak. And the main reason for that is very, very simple. It's very unlikely that Schumacher will be able to score points there. And we're already struggling here to just try and keep up with the Ferraris and Perez. I was a bit too optimistic then tuning Magnussen down. So we'll give him a little bit extra fuel to push with. Yeah, we'll give him a bit extra fuel to push with. See if we can keep up with Sainz within that DRS gap.
Oh, and Ferrari just gained a place.
We are, as long as he can keep up and have that wing open, we are going to allow him to just to stay out as long as possible. Norris running wide is actually a blessing for us because he's basically who we are competing with for the 10th place points. So that does benefit us quite a bit more than one might think. Now Schumacher, if he can catch up to Verstappen and use Verstappen as a pole board, so to speak, that would also be good. Let's push a bit of fuel there too. That would actually be quite amazing. Magnussen has lost Sainz there, as you can see. It's just a no contest. We'll put him down to balanced. And he still has a tiny amount to give on the tires, so I'm thinking we give him one more lap on these. See if he can keep up with Magnussen, with Hamilton. Have him DRS him along. And even then, we're actually kind of losing out, so I probably shouldn't do this. I've been gambling a bit too hard. Just ever so slightly. Schumacher has been left behind by Verstappen, tune him down. And we'll get Magnussen in for his pit stop. We will go for the fresh softs. And as you can see, estimated pit exit, 15th. That's gonna be a bit rough there, buddy. So yeah, I held him out a bit longer than I should have, in the hopes of a gamble would pay off, but it did not. And as you can see, he actually came out behind Schumacher. So definitely didn't pay off. Had I pitted him like 2-3 laps earlier, then maybe. Because generally just he suffered a bit too much there on those tires. That's my bad. I do have tire advantage, but I don't know if that will help me out too much, honestly. Because he's 14 on DRS train, and that's going to challenge cause a few problems. Let's see. Should I have Schumacher just let him go, maybe? Let Magnussen harvest a little bit, and then we'll have him make some moves. But yeah, it's a bad habit of mine where I think that by staying out for longer, I could benefit. It does work in some cases, but usually it will not. Let's give Schumacher a chance to see if he can move a little bit forwards. And if he can't, we'll allow Magnussen to make some moves here. Schumacher is actually moving forward quite well. It's up to 12th. And there's the tires here. He's fairly okay, same as the cars around him. So we need to start making moves here for Magnussen too. Straight up.
Haas with an overtake.
That'll be the goal here. To see if we can catch up and get past the McLaren. And then I'll probably have Magnussen move ahead of Mick and just see if I can have them pull each other forwards. Kind of struggling here to get the move done. I'm seeing. Go back to neutral.
Haas with an overtake there.
Now the big question is, should I move him ahead? Probably should. He is on soft compound, but he has done a few laps, so I have no idea if he's still actually quicker. Well, he made the move for me, so I don't need to make that choice anymore. We'll see if Schumacher can actually keep up with him now.
Is that a lock-up on the track?
Press will lock up, but he's still in second, so no big issue there. He's actually keeping up, and we're pulling away from the McLarens. Big question here will be if we can catch up anyone in the top 10. Which, in terms of lap times, seem to be potentially doable. But we'll have to see here. 25 laps to go. We're just a little bit over halfway through the race. Schumacher has been left behind though, which is not the best thing ever.
Looks like there's been a lock-up.
I'm surprised if Verstappen is still stuck back here in 11th, but I guess he's just been DRS left behind to some degree. Let's just speed things up a bit here. Again, a bit of a crapshoot. Schumacher with a lockup.
Understood.
Okay, he's back with the McLarens, but honestly, he didn't lose too much there, just a couple of seconds. So I've seen worse.
Let's see what happened there.
Let's have a look again.
Right, watch this. There's Schumacher. Well, they've locked up. They won't have been happy about that.
Okay, I usually give this game a lot of salt over lockups and rejoining, but that was actually pretty clean.
I think someone's run wide.
Then Jeddah did the same thing, basically. Yeah.
Is that a lockup?
Once Magnussen got left behind by the Red Bulls and the Ferraris, I really should have just pitted him. That would have made my life a lot easier. He is doing good lap times though, like he's doing almost a second quicker than Verstappen. So he is catching up to that DRS train in front of him, slowly but surely. We could push, but he is already doing a good job. He's gaining, again, around a second, the cars in front. And their tires too are going off. So with us going to mediums to the end here, it might actually help us out a bit. Going aggressive though could also be a worry in terms of just temperature. Right now it's okay. But yeah, we might actually go a bit aggressive here. See if we can make some moves before.
If you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy that.
Before we do the pit stops here. But again, I'm surprised Verstappen is still just stuck in the back there. Yeah, I'm thinking we pit maybe at around 40. We burn them a little bit extra here too. As long as the others don't pit and we're doing faster lap times, we will not be making too many moves there. Unfortunately, we can't do the same for Schumacher. He just doesn't have the opportunity. But yeah, 1.4 seconds here. And Schumacher overtakes Norris. Good. I assume some of them are going to pit now, so what we could do is try and undercut them. Let's go full on attack on this lap and just pit. Because we will be going on to the mediums. They might be going on to a soft compound for the final stint. But I'm thinking that this is worth it to just see if we can get out in front, so to speak. If we get out in front of 7th, I'd be happy. Schumacher is still kind of running his own race here, fighting Norris, which is kind of what we expect. I am just pausing here so that I can tune down Magnussen tire usage. Already used 1% in the pit lane. And I'm going to put him on overtake right away because we can't get stuck behind Tsunoda here. That's actually going to hurt us quite a bit. There we go, Hamilton's pitting. We're still stuck behind. There we go. They actually pitted most of the guys in front of us, but we're probably going to lose out of it because we get stuck behind Tsunoda. That's my bad for not taking it into consideration. Let's have Schumacher go full on attack. Guess we'll just pit him onto fresh. Fresh softs for the last 16, well, 15 laps of the race. And yeah, Magnussen did lose out there due to getting stuck behind Tsunoda, unfortunately. Lost out big time. Probably should have tuned up the fuel usage too. But I was kind of hoping that he'd be able to make that move. He did make that move now though, but unfortunately it's a bit too late. Looks like cars in front. Alonso and Ocon have yet to pit. And they're going to definitely pit onto softs if they're not just going all the way. But yeah, these guys have all gone on to softs. These are old softs too. I don't think they'll last the full 15 laps. We could have a huge tire advantage towards the end there. The Schumacher, I should have paused earlier to tune him down too. Yeah, that could be a bit interesting. Let's have Schumacher push his fuel. And we'll see how this goes, because this could be a bit interesting. Bottas, Russell pitting. Alonso's pitting. Can we get him? Probably not. We're a bit too far back here. But we will be right behind him if we don't. Oh, we actually got Alonso. That's great. Potentially then we could also get Ocon, which would be amazing.
I think we've had a car run wide.
I am lacking a bit in... Well, we did get immediately re-overtaken by Alonso. Alonso on softs he is. But him pulling us along here could actually screw over his teammate, which would be hilarious to me. Schumacher is still having fun with the McLarens. Yeah, how are we doing in terms of lap times? 37.4 for both of these. Yeah, it's a bit slow compared to the cars in front, unfortunately. We could potentially fight for, as I said, a point here, maybe two. Alonso with a spin, though, that helps us out a bit. Ocon is now pitting. We should definitely be overtaking Ocon. We should be in the points with that. The only question I have then is, how well are these guys' tires going to hold up towards the end? 10 laps to go. 5 laps gave a little bit over 20%. So they could actually end up falling off the cliff there towards the end. We will have more to give on our tires though, so I might need to just have Magnussen push. Let's see, lap times we're going a bit, not just a bit, quite a bit slower than the cars in front still. But that is to be expected. We are not the greatest car. Schumacher is actually getting overtaken by Norris. Norris has even... No, sorry. He's still in sandwich, where he have been for quite a while.
That's a good overtake from
Alonso actually managed to spin, I think it was spin, lock up spin, one of them, and then pull it up to us.
We can take a look now.
That's a bit disappointing.
So there we have the Alpine.
That's almost the same thing he did to Hamilton a few weeks ago. It's interesting in its own right, but yeah. We'll have to see what we do here. 7 laps to go. Tires are getting... They'll probably survive to the end. I had a bit of a hope here that probably isn't going to pan out. What I am thinking though is that we might go a bit aggressive. And we'll also do a little bit of harvesting here. depending on what we want to do. Because fighting Alonso is definitely possible on these mediums.
Haas with an overtake.
It's if we want to gamble and try and catch up to Show as well. That's going to be the big one. Because every lap that passes, we
Alpine just advanced.
gain on the cars in front of us. In theory. And we kind of are, honestly. Schumacher with another lockup. Where did he end up? Behind the McLaren? Okay, again, not a super bad lockup. One we can live with. Unfortunately, I did not watch qualifying. It was 6 a.m. this morning, and I slept through my alarm. I did intend to watch it. But from the results I've seen, the Mercedes has looked kind of quick again. So it's going to be an interesting race, I think. Shame about Perez, though, who had a few issues, to put it lightly. But yeah, I think we're going to have an interesting race tomorrow, and hopefully I won't sleep through my alarm. Magnussen is still with Alonso, which is honestly all we can ask at this stage. We do have a bit extra fuel, though, which is good if we're going to make a push. And I don't think we're catching Show, so the main goal here will be to fight Alonso. I am kind of worried about these boys, though. If we are lucky, some of them might have some tire issues. But yeah, did you watch Qualifying Blasted?
Is that a new race position for
Magnus and
Let's
Alonso
have a
are
look.
just
Now just focus
switching
on the
positions to do
Haas.
DRS, basically. Magnussen went the long way around. Hello, Tom. I'm very happy to hear that. I'm glad you enjoy. I am finally back to recording a little bit again, so I'll be doing probably some Haas streams
Sounds like
and
someone's
then
locked up.
a bit of a challenge with the Williams rerun. Latifi and Stroll is to go, so I'll be back to recording and uploading in the near future, hopefully. Okay, we're kind of getting to the end of the race here. Show, Gasly, Verstappen are all under the threshold. They could have tire problems. 4.5 seconds to push up to Show, but if we can get there, I think we'd secure something. So let's push fuel. Let's go aggressive. We do have tire wear to use. Schumacher kind of has some, but then again, he isn't really fighting for anything. He is 3 seconds out of Ricciardo, 7 seconds behind Norris. We could try and have him go aggressive as well. I won't touch his fuel though, just in case I get too focused on Magnussen and he runs out. That would be a bit embarrassing. Yeah. Could probably have started the push a lap earlier if I really intended this, but as you can see, just the straight line speed there is amazing. Can't really do anything against that. Did gain a second on Show. But yeah, if we wanted to do this attack, I probably need to start a bit earlier. I'm basically just streaming to get a little bit back into the game. For me, this is, to some degree, a new patch. And we're probably going to get overtaken here with DRS. Ah, fuck, this isn't the last... This isn't the last lap. I got fooled by this. The others are on their last lap. We are not. So yeah, Leclerc won the first race. Can we actually keep Alonso behind here to the end? Big question. Just book Schumacher to standard so he doesn't actually, you know, delete his tires.
Okay, back off. Copy.
Magnussen to full attack.
Just keep pushing now.
Copy that.
I don't think we're taking the car in front, so the goal is going to be just to keep Alonso behind. If we started pushing a lap early, we might have been able to make something work. I'll just give you full deploy. That will hopefully be enough to keep Alonso behind until we reach the finish line.
Copy that.
Checkered flag.
Okay, got a point.
Well done, man.
Not the best start ever,
Kevin, you did an
but
awesome job. Mode slow.
not the worst either. The idea behind this career mode is that I am going to put a few restrictions in to try and make the game a bit more challenging. A couple of those restrictions are I can only upgrade the buildings to level 2, and I can only ever, as a result of that, have 2 slots for development, research and design. I'll have to balance it by using sliders, and generally just basically put in some restrictions that make me play more like the AI by restricting how quickly I can make a supercar, so to speak. So yeah, first race done. Leclerc won, Sainz third. Good start for Ferrari, Perez second. Fourth and fifth for Mercedes. And we have Bottas in sixth. Guanyu Zhou in ninth. Verstappen seventh. Gasly eighth. And we finish off the points ahead of the Alpines. So yeah, the goal is that, Tom, that by putting in some restrictions on myself, it'll take 2-3 seasons before we are the top car, so to speak. And I'm thinking of doing a longer save like that, but I want to see how it plays out, so doing a bit of streaming to test out how things will work. Yeah, we are 6th, which is, I believe, where we are expected to be, so that's good. 40 points to Ferrari, 25 to Red Bull, 22 to Mercedes. So we'll see how this goes if Ferrari runs away with it. They're going to be a decent amount of development, though, which is nice. Forgot about Fittipaldi. Shame, but again, he has such a low braking stat that I don't see a real point in investing in him. Could be an idea to fire Mick, but again, that's also one of the restrictions that I kind of put on myself. For the first season, keep your drivers. Again, makes it a bit more challenging. I don't like the way that the driver stats are handled, that basically every driver is to some degree identical if you just slap in the same stats. It's a bit sad, honestly. But yeah. I've gotten some suggestions that we should get Drugovich in, so we're currently scouting him. I might switch him out for Schumacher. Maybe something like that, we'll see. I'm a bit unsure still on that restriction in particular. We are exceeding expectations by nabbing a point. Okay, I can live with that. Helipad has been upgraded. Made 3 million. That's not the worst we've ever done. And race prep for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Let's get going. Performance size qualifying 12th could be maybe doable. Reach Q2 could be doable for Magnussen. Fastest lap, I don't think we're getting that. Behrman, he's an interesting one. I did actually test him out, so he's not a bad choice. Drugovich is something I got suggested, and actually someone that I haven't actually tried out before, so I am tempted to test things out with him. For sure. Piastri is great. Who's the other one that I can't remember immediately? The French one. Porsche? I think he's French at least. Yeah. But yeah. Since I haven't tested Drugovich, tempted to do so. We'll see. But for now, we're just in the scouting phase. Behrman is a good choice, though. He's not bad by any means.
Formula One is back. Welcome to one of the fastest circuits on the calendar here at Jeddah.
Bastian Shaw. That could actually be interesting too. So yeah, there's a lot of potential choices for talent. Now, all our car passes are doing good still. Let us quickly set up a practice. Car setups are again fairly well known at this stage. There shouldn't be an issue. Just use the presets. And this one is kind of like an arrow, but also at the same time not. Well, more like a squiggly line. I misremembered. There we go. Since every car part is still very healthy, there's no need to switch for practice parts just yet. So, no problems there. My voice is kind of going, which is disappointing. I don't know, honestly. I'm probably gonna keep at it for another couple of hours, I'm thinking. If my voice gives in, I might quit a little bit sooner. But as long as I make sure that I drink water and not just have it standing on my desk next to me, I think I'll be fine. Next F1 Manager will be so nice. Have they actually released any information on it? Yeah. I'm planning to stream for quite a while, Blasted, and I will be continuing this tomorrow too. I'm just a little bit unsure on time, if I should jump on directly after the race. Sounds good. Hope you have a good time. A bit unsure if I'll jump on directly after the race tomorrow, or if I'll take it a bit easier and do it a bit later in the day. See, that one could be like that. That one is optimal. And nudge that one slightly to the right. Like so. Let's try this. But yeah, I am also looking forward to any news on the new F1 game. So if they release something, I should probably go dig for it. This isn't looking super great, but we'll give that a go. Sign the worst drivers. Honestly, I kind of tested that at one stage, how much driver skill I had to do. And basically top tier drivers versus some of the worst some of the worst drivers on the grid. Difference in lap time was between 2 and 3 seconds. So they can have a huge say, and basically you can have the best car by a huge margin, but if you have the shittiest drivers, you are probably not going to win, no matter how much you outperform the AI. I believe I tested this on the Williams save at one point. Well, not really tested it on the Williams save. I used the Williams save as a base to test. So yeah,
thank you for joining.
The worst drivers will cut your lap times versus the best one by a good 2 to 3 seconds. So it's a good way to slow yourself down when you are getting up there. But yeah, I feel that one is a bit too rough. Yeah, the board isn't happy about that either, which is true. 12th and 14th in this practice with no new parts. 96% setup, performance bonus for both, I can live with that. Could try and do some slight tweaking here to get optimals, but again, 96, I'm happy with that. I'm just looking to see if there's something that is, you know, 100% sure to make something different. Let's start the qualifying. Oh, Q1.
Okay, radio check again, Mick.
But yeah, you could probably do a game where you have the absolute worst drivers, but then you'd really have to min-max your development to be able to keep up with that. Now let's see, are we gonna get any roadblocks? Or are we gonna be good? We might actually be good with no roadblocks, which would be beautiful. Yep, we are. So yeah, the main limitation I'm just testing during this stream will be generally just limiting design by making 2 slots at maximum, and that I need to do things kind of balanced. And if that isn't enough, I'll add on some more hard-hitting ones. People in my Discord was very, very kind and gave me some suggestions for for how to make it more challenging. And among them, we have no use of CFD and wind tunnel, no underfloor development for your first 2 seasons, maximum 2 iterations of each part a season, must use balance for every part. Basically, you can move the sliders as you will, but they must be balanced. Like, every stat needs to be within just a couple of percentages from each other. Someone also suggested that you should be forced to have female diversity, basically meaning that half your staff must be female. And there aren't a lot of those in the game, so that also makes it a bit more challenging. So yeah, you can see that people were doing their best to come up with potential ways of slow down progression, which is good. So I'm just doing the design and development for this run, see how it goes. Let us speed up qualifying a bit. We're doing well so far. Like, Magnussen did a good run here to begin with. Schumacher, though, a bit more worrisome. Probably will have to do use another fresh set of softs here, just to make sure he gets through. And then we have Sainz a full second ahead of us, with the club following suit. But yeah, so far Magnussen looks to be fairly safe. Schumacher, again, is kind of in a dangerous zone, so for him, we're going to put on a set of fresh softs. Yeah, he's going to need it. Verstappen is the only one that hasn't done a run. Now, do I want to gamble Magnussen and not send him out for another one? Let's see, it's about half a second down to Ocon. Now, which of these do not have a time that makes sense? Ocon should be higher, but I don't see Norris or Ricciardo beating him, so we are going to gamble here on Magnussen not needing a second run and saving some tire wear. Hopefully I send Schumacher out there in the right timing. He might not actually make it. We'll see. But yeah, if you guys who are watching right now have any suggestions to what could make the game more challenging, feel free to come with them. I'll put them down in my little note block. And we'll make some considerations from there. So Magnussen has 2 cars saved. Needs a few more. 3 cars saved. Will we see Mick beat his time by 500s? That is going to be the big one. Okay, so 400s of the previous time now. And he did not improve. Oh, never mind, he did. Just took a second for the game to realize he did. My pit crew. Basically, there's not really much you can do there. You can always focus on the worst stats. But I think the suggestion there was like hire worse pit crew. Not pit crew per se, but race engineers. And forcefully keep it unbalanced only for your pit crew performance. A pit crew could definitely be something to look at. Probably race engineers too. Something to just cause a little bit extra slowness on the pit stops could definitely work. So yeah, we got both of them through Q1. That's a good start. We'll do the first run on scrub softs, and then we'll use fresh softs for the real run. But yeah, Tom, doing something to my pit crew could definitely be
Radio is good.
could definitely be an option. Okay, Mercedes are both out early. Ocon is out, Paris is out. Are we gonna get some blockers right now? Or are we good again? So we are good. Nice. Looks also that we might end up hampering Verstappen potentially. Half a second behind the Mercs. Not the worst thing ever. And this is also on, you know, scrub softs, old ones. Now, if you want any chance for Mick here to... I don't think Mick is getting into Q3. It's just not happening. So we'll give him another run on scrub softs, which isn't the best thing ever. But it will allow us to potentially have 2 fresh softs for the race. So I value that potential highly, personally. So we're going to do that. Yeah, also just a big thanks to everyone who's been wishing me well while I've been gone. It's been heartwarming for sure, and I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for everyone who's also here for the stream now. It is fun to be back again to get some streaming done. Now, Q2 run should be pretty soon. Gasly, Tsunoda, Show, and Norris are currently the ones that are find out in danger. And Magnussen and Schumacher a little bit after. Let's see how this goes. Is Schumacher gonna be safe? Yeah, should have plenty of time. I was worried for nothing. Would be sweet if we could get Magnussen into Q3 here. Yeah, he's currently knocked out. Will he make something happen? Looks like a potential Ferrari pole again. Magnussen could not make it into Q3. 600s away. And will Schumacher on his old scrub softs move up past 15th? He improved his time, but he did move up the sheet, unfortunately. Which again is also what we expect. Verstappen could not improve either. Okay, so 11th and 15th. Not too bad. Like, once we get a single upgrade in, it's gonna probably put us into Q3. So, strategy. How are the tire reports for this place? Softs are a lot quicker than mediums by, well, not a lot. A little bit over 3/10. Grade by 400s. Meaning that 8 laps should be correct, yeah, in terms of competitive performance. Hello, Tio. Nice to see you too, man. I hope you've been doing well in my absence. Medium to hard. Again, 300s, 10 laps, 12 laps, something like that. So the fact that we have 2 pairs of fresh softs here for Magnussen could actually benefit us quite a bit. I believe we do have 2 pairs, yep. And same for Schumacher. 2 sets of fresh softs for both. 1 stopper is the most likely thing I do, like just going medium to hard. 2 stopper could also work, as you see. It'll depend on the cars around us for the most part. We need to kind of get in front if we want to take advantage. I'm doing a lot better now, Tio. I've had a couple of rough months, but I'm feeling a lot better. Hope you've been doing, having a better time than I have. Let's use this as a base. And what if we do medium to soft, since we have 2 sets? It would be slower, mainly because the tires would be losing out. This would also be potentially slower. We could do it like this. Like, this is Jeddah. There is a very high chance of a safety car, I believe. So we could do this. We could also do something like this. Then try something towards the end. I am a little bit uncertain. But yeah, they should be around the same time. We could also start on hards and try and stick to the cars in front. Honestly, I'd just like to see a bit more randomness. Currently, as I said, all drivers are virtually identical in how they function from race to race. I want to... Although a lot of people are probably not going to be agreeing with me here, I just want to see a bit more randomness, like changes in form, things like that. And generally, my team would be nice, but a bit more challenge, honestly. If the game was a bit more challenging, the AI a bit more smarter, I think the game would be a lot more fun. So, but to be fair, a lot of the complaints that I had in when the game was released, they've been doing a decent job of ironing them out. I'll be honest. Gonna try something a bit mad here. If we start on the Haas and manage to stick with the faster cars in front, this could actually be good. Yeah. Just a bit more, not really variance, but just... I don't know how to describe it. I'm lacking the words. But yeah, it would make it a bit more interesting. I am considering this. If we start on hards in 11th, could we hang on to the cars in front? Because if we could, and then if we have a safety car, anything like that, we can go soft. Could be fun. Now, sorry, I'm having hiccups and making weird noises. Could go aggressive, but as you see, wouldn't really have anything to say for the time. Yeah, just having some variation, some bit more randomness from your drivers, the teams, things like that. Basically, the way the game feels right now is that every team is inherently the same. A little bit more individuality, differences between teams, things like that. Being able to develop your own engine too would actually be quite amazing. Just having the parts that you design have a slight amount of variance there too. Like, this part isn't always going to be perfect every time you make it. But again, it's a thin line between an interesting game and a frustrating game when you do that, so it would have to be well executed. So it's a difficult question. I think we're gonna do this. Again, I'm gambling a bit here, but we are further down the field. Gambling is kind of what we need to do. Now, I forgot to set up my drivers before we begin here, so I'm gonna have to pause
moments away from this, the
immediately.
Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
Lights out and away we go. But before that, push. I'm gonna give him overtake here, see if they can make up a place or two. Magnussen already managed to save 100 grams of fuel. What a lad. Since we're paused, we might as well have a quick look here. So there are actually a lot of medium and hard runners here. We are among those few that actually have a soft runner. And we'll have to see. But this does give me some, you know, hope that we might be able to even latch onto the Mercedes. Honestly, if they had options for turning on and off randomness, yeah, it would be good. But generally what I just want is a difficulty slider. If need be, let the AI cheat a little bit on the development side of things like that, just to make sure that the player does feel like they have a challenge. But yeah, as long as it's you're not forced into it, I wouldn't mind. Okay, let's see how this start goes. Schumacher is already making up a place, which is good.
Good job.
Magnussen is found a groove, good.
Haas with an overtake.
And I'm thinking we just put it back to neutral because we just want him to stick
Charge
up,
on.
Copy.
stay along with the cars in front. And Schumacher here again, he's just going to have to try and make some moves on the soft, see if we can get him up to Magnussen. See. Push this to interval, have a bit of a look. So far it looks pretty much standard. Alonso is kind of getting left behind, Hamilton's getting left behind. But again, that's kind of what you'd expect. These four cars here are kind of in league of their own, then you have the Mercs a bit ahead, a bit behind, and then the rest of the field. I'm wondering how far in it's gonna go before we get our first safety car, honestly. The other thing here also is that we have one of the only other soft runners ahead of us that we're actually trying to fight. And again, we just want Magnussen to stick with the crew that he's already with. He's on the Haas, that'll be more than good enough. I'm going to tune down Schumacher here a bit, so he doesn't use all his
DRS enabled.
ERS here. Once again, we're also going to allow them to burn a bit more extra fuel. Gasly is kind of losing out though to Ocon in front, which is a concern. Because that means we might get left behind there in terms of the DRS track. We might have to have Magnussen make a move here. And he's already... Did he do so? No. There he is. Let's have Magnussen try and overtake. See if we can catch up to the cars in front. And we'll have to deploy a little bit, but hopefully we can save it again later.
Keep that up.
If we can get one more car, put ourselves in a bit more comfortable position there in the DRS train.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
I've been supporting Red Bull a little bit since the battle days, but honestly, it's with the Merc dominance, it was kind of boring for a while. But right now, the one I suppose the most is probably just Alonso and his run into with Aston is fun to watch. So honestly, it might be less that I support a team and more like I support whoever's make the racing entertaining. Which is a boring answer, I know, but it's genuinely how I feel. Hello, Andrew Malice. Welcome. Magnussen is kind of suffering, even while using ERS, so hopefully he can hold on, but it's gonna be rough for sure. But yeah, I am a bit of a little bit of a Red Bull fan, but I do enjoy what I'm seeing from Aston this season, honestly. And maybe the game wasn't as unrealistic as we thought when you could take a team and take them from the bottom to the top of a while. Paris and a chance for the title. Honestly, it'll mostly the thing is, it'll depend less on Paris and more on Verstappen. If Verstappen has some bad races early on, it might frustrate him a bit. But honestly, Verstappen is just... I don't think he will be too bothered anyways. Like, he is very competitive. So I think Paris will have a very, very rough time going for the title. But it would be fun to see, honestly, a proper rivalry again within a team. We have been burning a bit of fuel. I think we'll stop here just to be safe. I think the fuel economy on this track is kind of bad.
Copy.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Perez did have the, you know, he had Verstappen was unlucky last weekend. Perez was unlucky this weekend, so we'll see if he can cut through the field and get up to, you know, a Red Bull 1-2 again. How much faster is the deploy ERS than overtake? Okay, the difference between deploy and overtake is actually fairly simple. Deploy is use ERS where you can gain extra speed. Basically, it's to try and use as much ERS as possible to have a faster lap time. Overtake is use your ERS when you think there's an opportunity to overtake the car in front. So generally, if you're looking for just pure race pace, deploy will be better. If you're looking to move up the field, overtake will probably be your best bet. They'll generally not use, when you use overtake, they might use more ERS than when you use deploy. But that's just because they're pushing to overtake the car in front. If that makes sense. So generally deploy will be faster lap times, better for race pace. And overtake will be just purely to get past the opponent. I hope I explained it reasonably okay. Okay, I might have been looking a little bit too much here at Magnussen while chatting. Let's speed things up a little bit. But yeah, we're looking to be in a good position here. We are sticking up to Alonso. Russell giving Hamilton a run for his money this season? Yeah, honestly, Russell was kind of kind of putting pressure on Hamilton last season too. So we'll see. It's gonna be interesting to watch for sure how they do. But I think that if Hamilton and Mercedes figure out their concept and get the car running, that Mercedes might just support Hamilton more than Russell. It's just worth that much to them. Russell is definitely like their new star, so they might just decide that they're done with Hamilton and it's time to move Russell up to the forefront. We'll see. I'm wondering here, the reason why I'm here looking at this is I'm wondering if we want to try and push up. We still have cars behind us, like it's going all the way back to Schumacher. He's actually the last car in this train up to 7th. It's also kind of disappointing since Schumacher is running softs. But Show is also running them in front and he hasn't been able to make any moves. So we'll see. I'm just worried that Magnussen is kind of getting left behind at times. Stroll is kind of a weird one. Because I feel like anytime he does something that makes you like, wow, he isn't that bad of a driver, he actually knows what he's doing. He'll do something incredibly stupid the next race. And just make you go, ah, I got excited for nothing. But yeah, Stroll is definitely giving his all, seeing as he drove with, you know, newly operated wrists. So, if Stroll just leaves behind his bad habits, he's not a bad driver, honestly. It's just that he will do... his good points is being yeah. He's a decent driver, but all his shenanigans kind of makes people just make fun of him, turn him into a meme. So, yeah. For a paid driver, he ain't bad. Let's put it like that. Hey, Razak. Haven't seen you in a while. They found an old championship winner and took his hands. Is that what you're saying, Evans? Slapped him onto Stroll. I think this might be a make or break season though for Merck in terms of giving Hamilton his 8th. I don't think Hamilton's going to pull in Alonso and be here in 26. There's a secret in your driver's game to overtake instead of staying behind the car in front of you on a straight. I'm not following completely, Senor. Could you explain a bit more? Currently, though, we are just having Magnussen stay behind purely because he is on the hard tires and want him to last as long as possible. We're gonna give him a double stint of softs towards the end. The 8th might not come, yeah. We'll see though, like, from the few clips that I've seen of Australia, the Mercar seems to be pretty quick there. To be fair, Paris had problems, so might have influenced something, but it looks like we'll have an interesting race tomorrow. Sure. Yellow, Schumacher is actually moving up. I guess Joe had an accident.
Looks like there's been a lockup.
Alonso had an accident, okay.
Now watch this. Here's Alonso's car. And this, yes, there, that's the
He luckily
lockup.
did not touch the wall though. Or maybe he did. There is that wonky realism remover. Let's see, we have an optimal pit stop lap here for Schumacher. Let's have him push all he can. He's actually losing out a bit to Norris. Push all he can. How is he looking right now for lap times?
Mode push. Copy.
Please, I want to see his lap. There we go. It's actually running a second slower than Norris, so yeah. That might also have been because of the lockup. Because I know that's kind of suffering the same thing in terms of lap times. Yeah, let's just have him push, and we'll have him get in earlier for the hard. I believe that is what we decided on, yeah. And hopefully he'll be able to latch onto one of the cars in front. If we're lucky when he comes out. Yeah, and Magnussen is just doing what we want of him, so I'm not too concerned there. Did he make us through the last corner? Let's put him back to standard. That way I won't have to worry about the tires being burnt by forgetting about him. And will he come out ahead of... yeah. Shame that he couldn't actually get ahead of Albon, so... that is the wrong driver. Let's put him on overtake right away. And hopefully we can get past the Williams here. That would be for the best.
Okay, we're out of the DRS.
That didn't really work.
Yeah, copy.
Oh, did it maybe?
Okay, Mick.
Why did I use so much energy when you could just get him in the corner? But yeah, we'll have him run neutral and hopefully he'll regain a little bit. That's going to be the hope. Magnus is still good. Taking with Bottas.
Copy.
But yeah, we should be able to we should easily stay ahead of Albon, and we are, so that's great to see. In terms of tomorrow's race, I'm planning on streaming tomorrow too. I'm just wondering if people would rather have me stream after the race or a little bit later in the day. Probably maybe around the same time as today, or maybe a little bit later. I'm a bit unsure at the moment. So if anyone has any wishes in terms of stream times, do let me know. We are having Gasly here kind of lose out. Falling behind. We might have to make a move here for Magnussen as well. Let's see if we can get him here on the main one. Overtake attempt did fail though. 2023 season mod? No, I haven't actually had much time to catch up with any mods. I'm surprised that we couldn't get the overtake done with DRS there. I might have a bit of a look. I know there's a season 91 mod. 24-hour stream. Yeah, that's not happening. I can already feel my voice kind of giving up. Haven't been speaking too much for the last couple of months, so basically just getting back into it. I am thinking of doing maybe 3-4 races this stream and try to do something same like it tomorrow. Okay, that would be great. Is it on Nexus mods or is it some other mod page? Magnussen really can't catch up and get the overtake done on Gasly, eh? There we go. Turn him down, immediately gets it done. As tradition dictates. Schumacher is doing okay, I think. 37.7. Could be doing quicker, but it's not bad. Not on Nexus, okay. I would like a link then. Feel free to post it in chat if you want. And we shall try not to ban you. Nah, it should be good. I'll have a look at it. It would be kind of nice to try and do a refresh, so to speak. It updates drivers, right? Not like the cars too. Okay, so Gasly gets us on the straight, but we can't get him. That's a bit sad.
Alpha Tauri gained a place. Here's the replay.
Let's
Now
have a look.
At this. It was the Alpha Tauri driver involved.
Yeah, we need to upgrade our... do some work on our DRS. Okay, could probably push a little bit. I've had a look at it. Okay, I can easily find it then if he has a link to the video there. Thank you. I'll have a look probably after the stream. Thank you very much. But yeah, do you know if it changes like the team cars too, or if it's just a purely a season update? Like it only updates the drivers. We are losing out here, but again, still 7th is okay for us. It's not a bad result by any means. Still no safety cars or anything of the sort to help us out, unfortunately. Let's push mixed fuel a little bit here. We have half the race. We regained half a kilogram on 20 laps or so, so we can honestly push Magnussen's fuel a little bit too. See if we can gain a little bit that way. We are losing out though to the Alfa Romeo Bottas. Optimal pit stop lap. Let's see, if we pit, where do we come out? Where are we expected to come out? 14th. Changes everything. Okay. Drivers and car performance update. That could be interesting to have a look at then. Because that would feel a bit more fresh, honestly. It's a complete overhaul for the 23 season. Basically a preview of the new game then to some degree. It really is a shame that they didn't time the release to the start of the F1 season for that game. I think that would have made it made a lot more people play it, but I guess we should be happy that they delayed it to get it somewhat playable state in August. Let's see, if we come out 14th, it would be around Schumacher. Schumacher, we can allow him to let go, so let's push. We'll push tires, we'll push fuel, and we'll pit a bit early because we are losing time to the cars around us, and that's not a good thing. Particularly when we plan to do a double stop. Alonso with a 90 rating, that's pretty mad, honestly, but yeah, it's probably through. Let's be honest. Let's get the pit stop done on this following lap. We'll probably deploy ERS2 to be completely safe that we get there in time. But yeah, we're probably gonna have safety car now in the following couple of laps. Yeah, they kind of butt themselves with that, but I think they realized that if they wanted the game to have any future, they needed to, you know, fix the problems, and they kind of did, so you can't really be too mad at them for that. Okay, Magnussen's first pit stop is done. Don't really have anyone we can latch on to at the moment. Alonso will have to pit, Gasly will have to pit, Bottas, Hamilton. And to Hamilton is half a minute, to I think Alonso, Gasly is what's realistic here. Maybe we can get Ocon. But we'll have to see. Yeah, so the bombshell 2 months kind of forced him to, you know, get back into it and put some work in. But the game has been getting better, and I still have hope for the 23 game, honestly. But that just might just be me being overly optimistic, honestly. Let's tune down here, just make sure that we don't burn too much fuel and get in trouble. And looks like Magnussen is doing a good job here at catching up to the cars in front. Now Schumacher, again, is also going to be on Haas for quite a while, so this could get interesting. I'm sorry for my unwilling pun there. Thank you for putting it into words. Moving to a better pit stop won't be one of those, like, not realism, was it? Realism isn't the word I'm looking for. It's the other one. Someone can help me. I'm stuck. I'm broken. Not realism. Hey, Omar. Yeah, cooling seems to really only have an effect on potential lockups. Like, engine cooling doesn't seem to do anything currently, so it's a shame. But yeah, I wish we could have a bit more stats on exactly what effects cooling has. That would be good. Now let's see if we can have some overtakes from Magnussen. We do have one old hard runner and one fresh hard runner ahead of us here. Should probably just harvest and make life a bit easier.
Charge on.
Copy that.
I thought the pit stops were based on where you finished in the previous season. Like, that's decided where your pit stop was. Or I might be completely mistaken there. I might have made a mistake in saying that we were going to do a two-stopper. Honestly, a one-stopper is the most reliable in this game, but I just love two-stoppers because I feel like it makes the game more fun. See if Magnussen can make something happen here. Wasted a lot of... Guess I should just do it over here, honestly. Go back to
Charge on, please.
recharge.
Copy that.
Schumacher is still okay. He's a little bit behind, but he's got the spirit. One stopper does make you go faster. I just like the two stopper because I find it more enjoyable, interesting. So I kind of want to try and make it work, and usually I'm misguided in that, fortunately. There's been a few times it worked, and I remember only the few times it's been great versus the 20 times it didn't work. Oh yeah, I do enjoy just sitting here and watching things like this. It's pretty nice, honestly. They did a really good job with this. Okay, so as you can see, Norris is kind of running away from Tsunoda. Tsunoda had old hards, Norris had fresh ones. Hopefully we can do an overtake here with DRS. This looks like we don't have the DRS speeds that we need. Honestly, we'll harvest and I'll give him everything. Well, if he needs it. Down the main straight. But it looks like we are good. Well, we are losing a lot of time though behind Tsunoda. As you can see, Norris has gained 3 seconds on us. So if we're gonna do the two-stopper, we're definitely gonna need to get better at overtaking. We're just losing so much time getting stuck behind other cars, honestly. And we're the only car on soft so far. The question is if they're running those hards to the end. Like Hamilton, Bottas, Gasly, Alonso, they're gonna have to pit at one point, and they'll probably be onto mediums, I would think. They'll probably also stop recharging. Oh, I think we have a safety car. Judging by incident. If we put on a safety car, it's a virtual safety car. Alright, maybe not pit then. Let's see, Schumacher. We put him onto mediums. Will that make a difference? That in the bin. It could potentially work to get him in onto mediums now. It'll be about the same pace. Yeah, it's fine not to min-max. Honestly, again, I'm just having fun in these first few races before we get some more parts developed. Just testing a few things. Now, if we put you in a pair of mediums, you would in theory be slightly slower by a second. And where are we? My opinion on the soundtrack, I like it. It's good to listen to while you do racing, honestly. I don't mind it. It's pretty good. Then again, I'm not a big music enthusiast, so my opinion is probably flawed.
Disabled, DRS disabled.
I'm thinking we do get both drivers in here potentially. It's gonna be very tight. We do. If we leave Magnussen out, we're probably gonna suffer. Because I think everyone that needs to pit is gonna pit. That's just how things are gonna be here. Let's get him on the mediums, and if we have a safety car red flag, we have a fresh pair of softs. And let's do that. And we'll also pit Schumacher. Again, they are very close. It's kind of a risky one. Iconic 6-stop rate. Yeah, rain in this game is kind of a menace at times.
There's been a crash.
Albon
Let's
has
see
crashed.
what happened
Okay.
there. Now we see the Williams here.
Is this gonna be a full safety car then, or
Thank goodness.
I don't know if that
no
counts as a crash or more than just a spin. Did he take damage? No, he's back to running. So, okay, so as you can see, everyone ahead of us is pitting, so we don't really have any other choice then to just copy them and try and get them on pace. Fortunately, looks like the stop time was a bit long there, 3.4 seconds, so we screwed over Schumacher. He lost out to Ricciardo. We did get pitted, and there will be no more pit stops, so yeah, kind of screwed myself over with strat here. That is just how it be. The slowest crash in F1, yeah. Slowest crash in F1 is probably Alonso's Red Jackman touching his car. Yeah, let's see here how we are looking. So Tsunoda has now 15 seconds up to Alonso. I don't think we're going to be able to fix that gap. If we just did a classic one-stop, we probably would have had a way better chance at just getting something there, because we were up at 7 at one point. So yeah, this hurts quite a bit. That is safety cars in VSC though. They change races, and if you're on the wrong strategy when they pop up, it's gonna cause you some issues. 15 laps, same tires for everyone. Tsunoda is running, yeah, also fresh tires. Very unfortunate. We do have full ERS though for Magnussen. We could try and make something work. Try and get at least one more position up in the books. is struggling like to get close enough though, which is the problem. Might have to use switch it to deploy just so they can catch up to him first and foremost, and then we can charge behind him. There we go, and now we'll harvest for a little bit. Then we'll have to see if we can somehow catch up to the guys in front, because they are really far ahead of us. Oh, never mind. No chance we're catching up to the guys in front.
Take a closer look. All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
You were even on recharge, man.
And there's the hit.
I think for us, hopefully, that I think that
The team had such high hopes
only
today.
destroyed the front wing,
What a
and he's
shame.
still driving. So he made a safety car. I don't think it will benefit him in any way, shape, or form. But it's interesting to watch. So yeah, we have minor damage to chassis. The engine probably did take a hit here, I would think. Let's compare. Nope, actually didn't take too much of a hit. Yeah, I wanted a crash, Kev. I didn't want you to crash. That's the difference. You need to hear the strategy before you do shit like this. Let's get him on those fresh softs then. Honestly, we have nothing to lose from doing that. He's estimated to come out 16th. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Well, it makes sense. Vettel is 22 seconds behind. Since it is a safety car and we have 22 seconds to battle, let's gamble with Shumi as well. Hopefully they'll be finished with fixing up Magnussen by the time Shumi comes in. I know we have terminal front wing damage. I've already ordered you to, get in and fix that. We did get a penalty though, so I guess Schumacher, you are not coming in then. Let's cancel your pit stop. Probably gonna have to serve that penalty. Yeah, we're gonna double stack forever.
Safety car, safety car.
Vettel parked or something? Why is the time turned into 37 seconds? That's virtually enough time for Schumacher to go into the pits then. I need a mini-map here. Where is Vettel? Vettel is over there. Schumacher is here. We could pit Schumacher too for softs then. Even with the penalty.
So overtake is available if you need it.
Copy that.
Stop Magnussen? I think it's fine. Honestly, the only damage we really suffered was the chassis. None of the components suffered. And if we can get fresh softs under a safety car, we might be able to make something work here. I'm endlessly optimistic, so... But yeah, this was an interesting one for sure. If you meant me that I should stop and not pit Shumi, that would be a different issue. Honestly, let's just not pit Shumi. Let's just play it safe. Let's cancel this pit stop again. And... Okay, so shoot. We could pit Shumi here because Vettel has been caught by the... Magnussen crashed. Magnussen I'm pitting to get a new front wing and new tyres. It's just if I should get softs on Schumacher as well. Since Vettel has been caught by a safety car, I think we're safe to pit Schumacher, are we not? Again? Let's see how far... Yeah, we should be safe. Like, Schumacher is the last car in the safety car procedure. That turned out a lot better than I thought. Vettel is gonna... I would be pissed if that was the case. Like, the safety car picks you up and then the guy in front of you just goes, oh, I can pick up some fresh softs for free. Leclerc pitting too. Are you done pitting? I would assume so, since you have softs on now. But that's not the best strategy. This is actually Ferrari strategy. We're watching it unfold in real time. That was some grade A Ferrari strategy there. They pitted him. Fair enough that they pitted him onto softs. Like, I don't have any problems with that. But they, I don't even know what input they to conserve. I think both are charged too, so that's good. I'm just baffled by, again, Ferrari strategy. I'm just giving Mick the Ferrari treatment, honestly. Yeah. Interesting to see Leclerc here. Like 9 laps ago, they pit him from, I think, podium position down to here. I wasn't paying too much attention to the front runners. Let's see, Leclerc. They pitted him from first. They pitted Leclerc from first to 11th. See, Leclerc, where are you? And he had hards on that he put on at the end of... Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go aggressive to the end there. We can do that off the safety car, don't worry about it. I'm just still baffled over that we had an actual Ferrari moment. Poor little Leclerc. When Ferrari does its shenanigans, it's always you who suffer.
Safety car in this lap.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay, so we can basically run push to the end. Honestly, Ferrari, if Leclerc makes it up to the podium again, I'll
If you don't need it, no lift and coast.
bend the knee to Ferrari strategy, but right now... I think Schumacher just got a feeling of what, you know, Leclerc is currently feeling with Ferrari. TBH. Particularly Monaco last year. I don't think Leclerc was a happy camper then.
Kev, if you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Yeah, 9 laps. We're gonna go aggressive for probably a lap or two. And let's see from there. Norris, though, has had a good one. He's up into the points here. Safety car is ending. I feel like we should just watch it from Magnussen's perspective. Makes it more interesting. Sainz is getting to the penultimate corner.
No overtaking until the timing line.
Copy.
Normal racing conditions resumed. But yeah, the fact that Vettel got caught by safety car is just sad for Vettel. So there are some runners here on old hards, which could be interesting. Why are you not bend it? Okay, good. Schumacher is making moves. Magnussen does have chassis damage. I just didn't think it would... If it had this much effect on him, that's bad. We're also kind of burning a bit too much here on the tires. Put you to neutral and just have you keep up with Schumacher for now. Leclerc would move to Merc. I feel like Leclerc is a chill dude, but easily frustrated. I don't think he would have too much of a better time with Merc in the Russell quote-unquote fight. I don't think he would have a too good of a time there either. Lap 45, we go all out. We could try that. Currently though, we're just lacking a bit in top speed compared to the cars around us, which is unfortunate. Leclerc has made up one place though, so If he keeps this up, he might make his way back up onto the podium.
You did good, really good.
Show is coming, kind of coming back at us here.
Haas with an overtake.
Guess we can go aggressive to the end, no problem, honestly.
Okay, Kev, no management required, so push as much as you can.
Leclerc made up another one. Driver ran wide, Magnussen. Oh, we're getting another safety car. White. Okay, so
Yeah, my bad, sorry.
Kev just decided to finish it. Terminal damage to front wing. Major damage now to chassis and suspension. So it wasn't happening with just front wing, he needed another one. Car parts, he destroyed his gearbox. Okay. I don't see what happened.
Look now. All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
He just ran wide and hit the
See
wall.
crash.
That sucks. Not much I can do about it though. Schumacher, you're now our only hope.
Copy.
Yeah,
Okay, charge
Magnussen
on,
heard you
charge
saying
on.
we need a crash.
Copy.
Nah, I put it on the straight before that. We're doing crash gate here, now we send Schumacher in for another pair of softs. To develop the drivers, generally DRS training two drivers off each other so they get overtakes a lot is like the min-max way of doing it. But generally, younger drivers will develop quicker. So if you want to develop a driver, pick a young one who has a high XP gain modifier, and just have them, if needed, just overtake their teammate and have them switch back and forth. That works. Okay, so Karma got Magnussen in the end. He crashed out Tsunoda, and Tsunoda's Ghost decided that, nah, you're coming with me. We're gonna have so much extra fuel. I'm just sad I didn't burn more at this stage. Honestly, this is quite the eventful race at this stage. It's taking a bit longer than I would have expected. Could put it to 16x until safety car is done. There's quite a few laps here with it, so probably just gonna get full on attack all remaining laps here.
Safety car in this lap. Safety
I think that
car
would be
in this
okay.
lap. Copy.
The only concern then is
fuel
if
now.
we're gonna end up burning the tires.
Let's catch him.
Copy.
I think we can get the two McLarens. The concern it will be Alonso. Thanks for coming, Erastic. It was nice seeing you again. I feel a lot better. I'm almost back to normal, so yeah. I'm hoping to upload a stream a bit more regularly. Thank you for being here. And I hope to see you next time.
Okay, safety car is in this lap. Safety car is in.
Okay.
Copy.
See if we can make something happen. Let's see, tire-wise. A few that's lacking in front of us, but generally not something we need
4
to be
laps to
concerned
go.
about.
4 laps.
4 laps of full attack. Can we make something happen? It's the pace stats, in particular braking. But generally the pace stats will be the biggest gain in terms of race pace for our driver. Tires are severely overheating. We'll tune it down a slight notch. We're just burning through so much durability so quickly.
Okay, back off.
Copy.
How is the heat looking now? Yeah, we're still kind of burning them. Don't jinx it, Evans, please. I'll have a look at the driver stats once we end this game, Simians, and I'll give you a little... The tires are fine, yeah, but the warmer they are, the quicker the durability runs down. The condition of the tire has an effect on how quick your car goes. So yeah, it's fine that they're hot, but if they're too hot, they'll severely degrade pretty quick. But now though, we're okay.
Three laps to go, Mick. 3 laps.
Let's recharge this lap. I think we got Norris here.
Okay, charge on, charge on.
Copy.
We're still going aggressive here.
Good job.
Now that we
good
actually
job
have a
there.
little bit of room, we could go attack.
Is
Let's
that
just wait
a
until
new
we're done
race position
recharging.
for Haas?
Set it up to normal, should be okay.
And charge off.
Copy.
See if we can make something work with an attack here.
We'll catch
Yeah,
these
it's
guys.
2 laps to go.
Understood.
Don't worry, 2.5 laps. We still got time. Thing here now is that Ocon is going to be holding these guys up somewhat, but if our tires fall off completely compared to the cars in front of us, we're still going to suffer, even if we are on softs. That is my main concern.
DRS enabled. Two laps to go. Two
Aye, wipe.
laps.
Let us see what we can do. Like Alonso is kind of losing out a little bit to the cars in front, so... Managed to close down on the final straight. We could make something happen. Well, it could work, but the problem is I'm just worried that we'll run out of energy before the end. Still a lap what we do after this one.
No
Yeah, we
DRS.
ran out of Yaris. Which is unfortunate, but we still have some speed.
Starting last lap, Mick. Last lap.
See now if we can make something happen. Car in front, Ocon, should be doable. He has old hards, we have old
Very good job.
softs. So let's see, where do we want to try and make a move? Probably honestly right here.
Haas with an overtake there.
He might fall out of DRS of the car in front. That's the hope, at least. And then we might get him in that final DRS zone. We don't have enough energy to make an overtake viable. That's a problem. Go 20%. Could have charged up a little bit more energy. Use it all on the end.
Okay, we're out of the RS.
Still got points. We can be happy with that. Yeah, I could have handled the energy a
Okay,
bit better
checkered
towards the
flag,
end,
checkered flag.
honestly.
Yeah, car was great.
Not the worst result ever. So let's see, Leclerc with the Ferrari strategy ended up 7th. So could have done better, but I'm happy with it. Unfortunately, Gasly didn't manage to pull Esteban Ocon here out of DRS. If he had, we would have easily gotten him. I should have charged a little bit more energy though. Rebel 2-3, Mercedes 4-5, 6 for Bottas. I don't know. I have him on scouting. We'll check once we get the reply. Gasly 8th, Ocon 9th. There's a driver championship. We have Sainz in the lead. Perez 2nd, Leclerc 3rd, Verstappen 4th. Mercedes drivers Hamilton and Russell 5th and 6th. Bottas still doing good. When you show ahead. And then we have Gasly and Ocon. Alonso still hasn't actually scored points, which is kind of disappointing. Ferrari still in the lead. Red Bull gaining a point. But generally, this is what we'd expect by now. We got pushed down because Alpine has finished higher than us. So, Simeonos. Simeonos. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Just, if you have a look at this, growth potential is basically, if you want to develop a driver, this has a huge effect on how many points you get. And the more experience, the more development points. So it's pretty straightforward. Some of the drivers with the highest growth potential are Piastri, Behrman, Rocher, Drogovic probably. I don't actually know Drogovic's potential. We'll figure that out probably during this stream. But you basically want him to do as much as possible to level up. Now we are paying out a driver bonus to Mick. Okay. I probably should check the driver bonuses and see that we aren't doing too good, because that would be kind of problematic. So, in terms of purely the stats that you want to focus on, in my case, braking would be number 1. And then I'll try and keep cornering and reaction basically the same. Braking will be your biggest gain on most tracks. And then cornering and reactions. Other than that, once you've maxed those out, I'd start working on accuracy and control. And honestly, I don't see too much gain from the overtaking and defending stats, but don't neglect them too much. I'll check out Drogovic. Don't worry, man. But yeah, generally focus on the base stats. Then the 2 stats below that on smoothness. You'll be okay. Get a fairly rapid driver fairly quick. Oh, Sainz 1. The board isn't happy with the race because we got pushed down to 7th in total. Which is understandable, don't get me wrong. Adaptability is great for wet races, yeah. But there's a few of them that the stats that benefit other races more, I just value them more. The thing. Like, you'll have 3, 4 maybe wet races during a season. So, yeah. Hi, Jordan. Feature would much like to see. Honestly, being able to switch teams would be great. The thing that I probably would like to see most is actually being able to develop more your own engine and have a bit more variance in parts development. Like, they aren't all set in stone the second you decide to make them. Let's have a look at the warehouse. We did lose a chassis. Let's get one manufactured. Just so we don't have to emergency manufacture in future. We are developing a front wing. I think we're going to gamble on keeping 4. And last thing he broke was suspension. So we do have 1 spare, so that's not a problem. In terms of development, how we're looking, 18 days. So in terms of calendar, probably going to get front wing after Austria, Australia, and before Emilia Romagna, hopefully. I think. I hope. Yeah, so we'll have Drogovic also before the Australian. And let's see. And here we'll have the sign for the front wing done. So we should be able to manufacture them before the race in Italy. Alonso's interested? Hello, Poconaldo. I'm finally back, yeah. I'm still planning that thing. That's the thing. I'm using this Haas run as kind of a dry run, streaming, getting a little bit into it again. So I put some limitations on development that I'll be getting back into. Basically, just 2 slots. Just 2 slots for everything in terms of facilities. Max level 2. And I'll be adding, removing things as we see how things progress. Also, in terms of development, I need to do everything equally to some degree and use presets. So I'll see if that slows me down. Let's see, drivers age Fernando. I don't think he's interested, unfortunately. We could get Kubica, though, if we want an grand old man. Falkenberg is interested. Uemi. We could kidnap Bottas, if we really wanted to. That would actually not be a bad choice, to be fair. He has a pretty decent overall rating. 6th best overall, so... but again, I am kind of doing it to make the game more difficult for myself. That's why I'm keeping my current drivers again. So... Albon is the other one we could kidnap. But other than that, I don't think there's any, you know, super good drivers for us to pick up. Piastri will be open to negotiation. We could put him in as a reserve driver. But for now, we'll look at Drogovic first. Then we'll take it from there. And... Scouting in progress. He is open to negotiating. So... I'll see after the scouting. Stroll not a bad choice anymore? Yeah, true. He has been getting a bit of a better image. So yeah. They are not happy with us being below 6 so far. But again, it's just... We're same on points with Alfie. 2 races in. I can live with that. Forward confidence check-in. Confidence will only grow. Nice. We haven't done anything to the car, so the car development report isn't super interesting. The suspension is in low stock, but as I said, we do have that extra one, so we're actually okay. Now, let's check our scouting of Drogovic here. He has a 5-year contract, by the looks of things. Performance isn't actually super great, all things considered. Growth potential is high, which is the case for most young drivers. So what I'm thinking is that we'll take him in as our reserve driver. I'll have a look at him. And we'll give him a 2-season contract for now. Then we can change it later on. And let's see, we'd have to pay out Fittipaldi, which is okay. So we could do this just because I want to check him out. 1. A slight starting bonus 2. Gonna cost a little bit of money, but then again, we aren't going to be upgrading our facilities very high, so money isn't actually a concern in that regard. MP Motorsport Car 2, 260k salary. I'm currently not using any mod 7s. But I have been looking and I've been considering doing that. But seeing as my computer has trouble streaming this gaming and anything that isn't like I can't do 1080. I need to do 720 for streaming because otherwise my computer just says nah, we ain't doing that. So I haven't dared put in any more graphics mod, but I don't think it would put too much of a strain on things here. But yeah, we will. No, sorry. When I said new patch, I mean the old one, like 2, 3, 4 months ago, that I just didn't get a chance to really test out due to hospitalization, fortunately. So I do realize it was a bit clickbaity. I apologize. I didn't think over that when I wrote the title in my excitement. So again, apologies. Let's see. We have Drugovic now. Just gonna test him out a bit for maybe give him Schumacher seats down the line. Chassis has been manufactured. Good. We're back up to 4. And qualifying 12 should be okay. Q2 with what driver should also be okay. I still can't guarantee fastest lap, not even close to it, so we won't touch that one. Our machine is actually fairly beefy, Evans. It's just, like so far this stream in 720p, I've lost 25 out of
Welcome to Melbourne for a weekend
560,000 frames. So there's something that happens once I get up to 1080p that just causes me some problems. But I think 720 should be... It should be okay. I understand that some people might not be too happy with it, but it is what it is. It's my graphic card. That's the problem there. Let's have a quick look here. Get the car set up. Get practice done. Luckily now, Magnussen has some practice parts since he did do a derby crash, which is interesting in its own. I'm looking at the wrong thing. My bad. Let's quickly get this set up. Get practice done. Get back into the racing, which is honestly the most fun part. Yeah. Equal car parts. We are getting to the point where we might want to switch an engine just to try and get a little bit of an edge over our opponents. So if we have some bad luck in a quali, we might just take a penalty while we can. I take a cheap penalty, so I'll have to consider. We might actually use a fresh engine for quali. Like actually use quali engines just to be a bit try-hardy. I will be using like 60-50% lower engines, yeah, for practice. And basically run them to the ground. It's the only way really you'll be able to make your opponents last to the end, so to speak. So it's a bit unfortunate, but that's just how things are. Well, let's try it like that for now. Yeah, this you have to, otherwise I think I did a like smaller in-house challenge with a couple of friends where we said that any engine or part that hits like 40%, I think it was, you're no longer allowed to use, and like the latter half of our seasons were just penalty galore. So you kind of have to. Hey, 10 for Magnussen. That's nice to see.
After a day of...
But yeah, I'm thinking we'll use fresh engines for quali. Mainly just so that we get every engine just slightly used so we can buy new ones. If we have a bad quality out of nowhere. It would benefit us to do so. Also, as you can see, the engines are getting lower, 70-ish%. So, I'm thinking we might just do it to give ourselves a slight edge. Because the AI, unless they actually changed it, will run the engines to the ground. Like, badly. I don't want to fiddle this too much. Let's try that. honestly, 95% is more than enough. Let's just limit. Still looking fairly okay. 14 points for Schumacher. A bit disappointing. Lacking that one. Looks like we are fairly okay though. Just stick with it. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that this game doesn't have mechanical failures. Honestly, that would be a good thing to see added next game, like mechanical failures, because that just doesn't happen. And I think the reason why you see so many crashes is because some of them are probably supposed to be mechanical failures, but they couldn't implement it in time. So they just turned the crashes and, you know, accidents to 11 to compensate. But yeah, it would be sweet to see a Ferrari engine blow up again. Okay, let's see here. We are going to use new engines for... Honestly, I probably should have checked. I don't remember who... Does anyone know who supplies engines to Haas? I don't know if I can check even. I usually check this before I start, but I kind of forgot about it today. I was a bit too excited and did some stuff that I probably should have done some other time. This gearbox should be okay to use for one more race. See, this one gave out at... Yeah, should be okay. Looks good. Let's get into qualifying.
Ready to check, Kev?
Radio's good.
I'm thinking we'll have a look at the engines of our opponents this quali. Yeah, again, like mechanical failure should start to be a concern the lower your engine goes. Kind of like it does have deteriorating performance, which is good, but I like to see a bit more straight up blow up engine. Let's have a look here at... I do find it interesting though that you can just go into this, find a random car that has set a lap time, and you'll have full information about how it's doing. So they're running 70 engines. Same for Ferrari. Did Tsunoda get a new one? Let's wait and see here. Yeah, so most of them have the same engines, about 70%, so most of them will be losing a little bit of performance. Let us just reconfigure this while we wait for Tsunoda to do his thing. And currently we're kind of in a danger zone here. We might need to use another fresh set of softs. I feel like Schumacher is close enough here to the danger zone, and same for Magnussen too. Ricciardo being ahead, that we might have to sacrifice a set of softs there just to make sure we get into Q2. Let's see how Norris, Tsunoda, Show, and Vettel do. I love that I wanted to check Tsunoda because we crashed him out, but he just doesn't want to finish. There we go. He's 16th. He is driving a completely busted engine, like only the AI will do. Haas use Ferrari engine. Okay, thank you. Honestly, that should have been self-explanatory now when I consider that most parts Haas are Ferrari parts. I'm dumb. Thank you, Adrian. But yeah, as you can see, the AI is currently using a 38% engine, and I don't remember the exact numbers from when I tested this, but this could very well be half a second a lap. So we'll have to see if they change this for the race. They have changed the gearbox, they have changed the energy store. So that is a bit worrisome. And the reason why I know they've changed it is because you can see the difference from teammate Gasly. But yeah, AI running 70. A couple of races time, they will be running a 50. And that is when we'll get our first upgrades. And if we run a fresh engine, then we'll actually have quite a bit of an advantage. I am gonna gamble. I am gonna use another set of fresh softs here, just because it'll force me to do a one-stopper. I won't have room to do something silly with the strategy, and it'll also give us the best qualifying opportunities that we have. Let's see here. They are all moving out. Let's wait for the pits to empty, then we'll send out our cars. Might have sent Schumacher out there a little bit too late. We'll see. Ah, he made it. We're good. Let's see if he can make it a, well, safe delay across. It might have been good here too. Oh yeah, we wasted tires again, like only I can do. And Mick didn't even really improve, unfortunately. Let's do scrubs for softs for the first run. And we'll have to see. Yeah, we might just do. I just said I wouldn't do it.
Ready check, Kevin.
Give myself a stupid strategy by saving 2 sets of softs, but I might just end up doing it anyways. We will see. So far looks okay. Not great, not terrible. We have a yellow. Joe is out. He is back though and driving. Let's just use the second set of softs.
Oh, we've had a spin.
Go with a spin, so no big damage. He even beat... Nah, he couldn't have. I thought he beat Schumacher's time there while spinning. Let's speed things up a little bit here. Try not to speed it up too much. Did I potentially send Magnussen out there at a bad time? Maybe a little bit too quick. We'll see. Ferrari. Haas has Ferrari engines. When do they actually start to degrade? I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look it up. And once again, we had no improvement from Schumacher, fortunately. Give me a second. I'm just quickly looking up the Ferrari engine stats for F1. This is again something I should have checked. But I just want to see when they start to decline. I found the tiniest picture ever. Sorry again. Let's see. 80%. Okay, so they actually do have a fairly resistant. Yeah, that works. About 60, they'll start to really lose performance then.
It's race day, and final preparations are underway.
Let us set up a strategy here. So I can two-stopper. I think two-stopper is just going to be the easiest thing. Because otherwise we're going to run the tires into the ground again. So we're just going to do the very simple choice here of doing that for both cars. And I will run this race with fresh engine. We could run it on the 70 engines. It'll be like a tent. in terms of performance loss. 66. Let's run a fresh engines. Let's gamble and see if we can make something happen. Because I do enjoy just doing that. There we are. And other than that, I think we're ready. I was trying to think of something, but I forgot. There was one other thing. There we go. I remember. Combat performance of the subs is actually quite amazing. It's 5/10, but they lose 700s per lap in comparison to mediums. So they won't be faster for very long. And the relationship between medium and hard, on the other hand, is not that bad either. 3/10s, 200s, so about 15 laps. Yeah, this should work. Medium, hard, medium is probably the best bet. Either that or a one-stopper. Let's get into the race.
Now we should have good... Get ready for the Australian Grand Prix.
Red Bull in front. Ferraris. Red Bull.
And it's
Alpha.
lights out, and away we go.
Alonso in 6. That's also interesting. Sorry, that's the wrong key. Magnussen in 11th. We'll have to see if we can make some moves.
Good job.
Okay, good job.
See if I can have you overtake Norris. You are already alongside him. Push past. Nice. I got a flashback there. I thought Magnussen was about to T-bone Norris.
Good job.
For real. We did watch Schumacher overtake Gasly. That's pretty straightforward. Pretty good. See here if we can, again, just make some moves forward. We'll have our first new pass starting next race, which will be nice. Nice attempt, we'll get him next time. We can hope, at least. Probably gonna have to go back neutral soon and potentially also do some charging. And probably be I think we're pretty okay here again. We are close to the top 10. It'll depend on the strategy of the other teams, but basically everyone's on mediums except Stroll. So I would assume everyone's on a 2-stopper except Stroll. Can't really close down to the cars in front for either of our drivers, so let's just go back to neutral for now. We'll burn some more fuel, make our cars a little bit lighter.
DRS enabled.
Gonna have fuel usage now that we have DRS. Keep us along. Seeing that place now, we had a person that asked about music. This reminds me a lot about RimWorld. This gives me severe RimWorld vibes. Magnussen might be able to do something with Norris now, because Norris is kind of falling out of the DRS range to the cars in front. And if we want to keep going, we might actually have no choice there but to try and make a move, see if we can catch up. Yellow, we have Ocon off.
I think there's been a lock-up.
Ocon at a lockup puts him down to 15th. Giving us a place for both of our drivers. Isn't too bad. Actually, I just realized I forgot to put Rogovic in practice. I'm back to my bad habits already. Put you back to neutral. Once we get a couple of upgrades in, I think we'll actually be fighting for maybe not top 6, but at least top 7. Few things along again. Yeah, as you can see, there's just a gap forming down to Alonso. Kind of a gap forming between Norris and Ricciardo as well, with us in it. I think we'll be able to close down a 4-second gap, though. That's the problem. Yeah, as you can see, we're running slower lap times. But if we can run in 9th here with Norris, that's not too bad either, honestly. It is definitely not the worst position we've been in. The only concern is if Magnussen decides to, you know, send it.
McLaren gain a position.
I think keeping it to neutral for now should be okay. Charging the ERS to maximum would be beneficial, but it's also a bit risky in terms of losing position. I say as Magnussen just overtakes while recharging. He just loves to prove me wrong.
Is that a new race position?
We have entered
for Haas?
our pit
Let's
window.
have a
I just
look.
want to see what happened when
All
the...
eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
got the inner line. And Norris is already back ahead, so
McLaren with a great overtake.
not the greatest.
Here's the replay. Watch this. We're looking at Lando Norris.
Got it into the corner. Pretty good. But yeah, I think we're happy with where we are, honestly. We won't really be able to catch up to the cars in front. Alonso has Bottas and earlier the Mercs as his kind of battery that was pulling him along. We don't have the pace to catch up to them, unfortunately, no matter how hard we try. So we'll just be playing back and forth here with Norris. Let's go full on attack here. We are actually kind of ahead of where we want to be with these tires, so go attack for a lap. See if we can get
You've got some margin.
the
Try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy.
see if we can get the
So we're P7.
now I'm stuck overcut done. Because hopefully the others that pitted just now get stuck a little bit in traffic. I don't think we'll get it though, but it would be nice to try. And we'll have Schumacher go full attack now too. Yeah, not getting Alonso or Bottas. Almost got taken by we did deploy quite a lot. Almost got taken by Vettel. Might be that we're pitting a bit early, but I'm happy with it. It's not a big problem. Trying to just regain a little bit of battery for Magnussen. Only Alonso and Bottas are pitted in front of us. Schumacher is pitting now. We'll probably tune down the tire usage a tiny bit. Schumacher comes out behind Show, unfortunately. Show Haas also pitted. Let's see, Magnussen 44. Could potentially get the McLarens. Gasly and Ocon, maybe. How are we looking in terms of lap times between ourselves? 26.1, 26.5. Could be that we actually benefit from this. Hamilton is now pitting. And I also forgot to tune down Schumacher, because I'm blind. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the race tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. Although Schumacher is kind of stuck behind... Bit of a problem, actually. Stuck behind Vettel. There we go.
Haas with an overtake there.
Next step is to see if we can have Schumacher catch up to Show. Oh, there we go. Pitting has happened. Jumped all three. We didn't get Bottas or Alonso, but we might get Ricciardo here this next lap. He has yet to pit, I think. Or did he? He didn't. He might actually be trying for a one-stop here. We are getting...
Haas with an overtake.
We're not really getting closer either, unfortunately. There we go, Rick has pitted. But we are now alone in 9th, as compared to earlier when we were sharing it with Norris. So, it's not completely negative, but it's not great either. We just don't have the speed to catch up to Alonso, Bottas, the Mercs in front.
That's a
And
good overtake from Alpine.
that's just how it is. Schumacher, though, is kind of bogged down by Gasly, Ocon. I don't know if we can make anything stick here. Let's have Magnussen do a bit of harvesting. He still has some gap down to Norris. That way we have energy if we need it. Could also burn a little bit extra fuel here. Oh, never mind. We probably don't have a gap anymore. Please go. Please, Magnussen.
Let's see what happened there. All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here. They spun the car. What a disaster.
That is also something that is very annoying, that he spun. I know that the engine can die if you have a bad spin, but
Yellow there, yellow. Cover.
that did not seem to be the case here. Tires also seem to be okay after said spin, but yeah, that was kind of sad. That was kind of unfortunate. The big question now is, are we going to be able to catch up to the
McLaren
points?
gain a
I
position.
kind of doubt it. And it's again very, very unfortunate that it's driver error. Again, that's causing us some problems. I think we'll be fine though, honestly. Might not get points this race, but we aren't that far off. We are 5 seconds behind the points. Then we're back up in the 29th. And honestly, Ocon is kind of pulling us along right now, as long as we can stick with them. It's kind of closing the gap. Slightly. Not by a lot, but ever so slightly. We do have shittier tires than the cars around us, and I would assume that Ocon, Gasly, Norris maybe are doing one-stops, which concerns me greatly. We're also getting closer to our own pit stops here.
We've just had a spin.
Gasly with a spin. Fortunate for him. Can I stretch another 20 laps with this? Probably not. We've already been on these for almost 25 laps. It could stretch, but it would be a bit of a risk. And we're also falling behind now Ocon and Show. The only thing we really can hope for here is, I think, a safety car. But even then, it's quite a stretch. We're also about to get lapped by Leclerc. Schumacher is doing okay, let's be honest. Not great, not terrible. I'm thinking we get Magnussen in this lap. 16 laps. Let's see what's most effective here. If it is the yellows or if we want to go on softs. Could it actually work to just... Nah, they fall off way too quick. So we're going to have to use the mediums. We're going to have any sort of hope here. I need to learn my lesson about two stoppers, but again, I enjoy them too much. There we go. Magnussen is pitted. He's out in 15th. We'll have to see if he can... If he can stick with Paris, can Paris actually pull him? Honestly, I doubt it. Paris is on old tires. And we're kind of overtaking him. Interestingly enough. So, let's have a look at Magnussen, because that means should be blue flag situation.
Okay, back off.
Okay.
Yeah, Magnussen just overtook Paris. Paris going to be able to re-overtake him? Gonna be blue flags? Because potentially we're actually pulling Paris along, like the opposite of what we wanted. Keep an eye and see if we get re-overtaken in the future. We did on the straight there, because DRS. But is this hurting my lap times? 23.8, Gasly 24.9, 25. Paris might actually be kind of a blessing in disguise here that we might be able to use to pull ourselves quite a bit up here for Magnussen's case. We're basically DRS training off each other to some degree. We are running almost 2 seconds quicker than Gasly. 2 seconds quicker than Ricciardo, Norris. That was a bit of a slower lap. Because we now caught up to Gasly, so let's burn some fuel. Let's turn down the timing a little bit too, so I don't do too many stupid mistakes. Williams up in 8th with Albon, yeah. I'm looking forward to race this weekend, have a bit of a look. I need you to overtake him, Magnussen. Immediately. Yeah, we're just lacking complete DRS speed. We can't really overtake anyone while we even have DRS and they don't, which is very unfortunate. So, rear wing is probably my next target after we get front wing done. It's either that or I wait and use development time on it. We'll have to see. Currently, we are still stuck behind Gasly, and as you can see, even with DRS, we're not overtaking him. He ran 1,000 slower in terms of lap time there. Again, I'm letting Schumacher just sail his own course here for the most part, but again, there's not much I can do with him.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
How many hours I have? Probably a few hundred. I am a bit unsure. Let's conserve a tiny bit of fuel here. Well, try to at least. And we can also just push it all out for the last few laps here. Let's have Schumacher do the same. He might get Gasly. In terms of my... Let me just quickly check here. This might lag the stream a bit, if so sorry. I have about 400 hours. So, not a lot by any stretch of the imagination compared to some other games, but a decent amount. Magnussen is running 3 seconds quicker. Well, 2.5 seconds than Ricciardo. But we just suck so much at overtaking because of our low top speed. And we also have shit turning, so... Get a couple of upgrades on the car, and I think we'll have an easy time moving up the field, and that will help out a lot. Wait, since he won, that means we probably won't do another lap, yeah? Yeah.
That's Leclerc. Charles Leclerc is
We got
today's
Ricciardo, though,
winner.
at the end there. So, again, could have been a lot better. Like, 3.5 seconds we were gaining on Ocon there at the end. So, not the best race we've ever had. 12th and 15th. But, it could have been a lot worse, too. Ferrari 1-3, Red Bull 2-4, Merc 5-6. Kind of what we're getting used to at this stage. Alonso, Bottas, Norris, and Zhou scoring points for their teams. 2 Alphas. McLaren and, of course, Alpine. Which potentially is going to mean that our board is going to be very unhappy with me. Leclerc, Sainz sharing first place. 2 points between Sergio and Verstappen for third too. Very interesting. And then we have Lewis and Russell, 5-6. Bottas 7 still. Honestly, if I was crowding this, I probably would have switched Schumacher out with Bottas very early. But I'm not, so we're taking it a bit slower. Alonso moves up 4 places, scoring his first points this season, 6. But yeah, we might have a bit of an angry board for a couple of races now. Not the greatest amount of experience gained either. Unfortunate. A growth potential of 171 is fairly high. Not bad. And we gained almost 4 million in terms of revenue. So we are looking good. Let's get another point in braking here for Magnussen. And regulation mode, minor technical changes. Do we want to do minimal or moderate? Let's see. This is basically for mostly everything by the looks of things, yeah. Seeing that we only have 2 slots, but we're far down the grid, I think we're gonna vote for moderate. Because it's gonna hit other teams harder than it's gonna hit us, which is beneficial. Difficult race? Yeah, I agree so too with, what was it, 12th and 15th? We are not low on suspension stock. We have 1 extra lying around. Front wing has been designed, which is sweet. Let's see it. That means they should have figured out what the regulations hit. Minor technical changes. No, moderate. So the thing that we voted for. And it's tiebreaker decision. Good. We could start research already, but that would be for next season. I don't think I'm going to touch research too much until we get to the second half of the season. So for now, I could design a new rear wing, but in 2 weeks we're going to get, as you can see, a new ATR period. So I'm going to put that period into the rear wing. Instead, let's see here. What is generally our lowest? 4850, 4850, 4850. So they're basically equal in terms of what they can give or gain. I think the suspension is probably our best bet then. It helps with a few of the things that we're lacking, which is top speed, cornering, basically very good for most things. And we're using presets. Could go race performance, which is almost putting all sliders to the right to begin with. As you can see, we sacrifice some cooling, but we gain pretty significant amount of stats here. 0.06 top speed, some acceleration, bit of cornering on all of them, a little bit more top speed, but generally just, again, cornering for sacrificing cooling. So I think we're going to do this as our next one. Put 5 engineers on it. It's going to take 25 days. We're going to miss it a little bit in terms of ATR periods. We could rush it, but we're going to do intense because it's just more beneficial in the long run. And that's going to be the goal here. So let's get that suspension going. And once the suspension is done, well, the underflow actually, because it'll be done in 23 days, we will get the rear wing going. So quick look at the calendar. 23 days means that we will have Miami Grand Prix and Emilia Romagna. So after Miami, we're going to get a couple of pieces. We're going to get the underfloor. We're going to get the suspension. And then we're going to do the Spanish, Monaco. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how that will benefit us. And hopefully will. Now, before I forget, let's go ahead and develop our... Sorry, not develop. And manufacturer's wood I'm looking for. That new front wing of ours. That is going to hurt us a little bit in the high-speed corners, as you can see. But the underfloor should fix that. And as you can see, the gain that we get from other sources should be worth it. So let's see here. The race in 4 days, we'll only have one front wing if we do it normally. If we rush it, we'll be able to make one still. If we do emergency, it's going to cost us a lot of money. But I think it's worth it to do one emergency and then just do the rest normal. Because even though the gain is small, we kind of need it at this stage. Yeah, that one should be done for the race. So unless we have accidents, we should have new front wings for both cars. Just gonna be neat. I'll set up our performance targets for Emilia Romagna. I don't think we have the car to reach Q3 yet. Q2 should still be doable. No fastest lap. Finish position 3, qualifying streak above 14th. I think we can keep that going, hopefully. So with that, let's head over to the next race.
The hills of Tuscany are green to the south, but here in Imola, the air is red hot. Welcome to Ferrari's turf for the Emilia Romagna.
Our engine suppliers home race, I believe. Get our car set up pretty quick here. That should be okay. Very straightforward. There we are. And let's also put in practice. Practice parts, basically. Now, for practice, the durability of your parts don't really matter if you sim it. Even if you do it manually, it shouldn't have too much of an effect. So don't be worried to use your worn parts for practice. It's actually kind of beneficial to do so. This time, I remembered to give Drugovic a run, which is good. Means he can progress a little bit. Currently, not happy with the setup. We hit 100% for Schumacher, who has yet to drive his car. So I do find that a bit hilarious, honestly. Let us see if we can fix this. Or something like that for now. And we'll put the tow out all the way. Give this a go. See if he likes that better. Getting closer. Let's see if we can 100% Magnussen too. Great. Left that one like so. That should hopefully bring us to 95%. $96. We can be happy with that. Now, since Schumacher didn't drive all 3 practices, he is losing out a little bit on performance bonus here. But again, we can live with that. We're actually getting rain. Now, seeing that we have a 70% chance of correctly guessing said rain, this could be an interesting race. let's get the proper parts back on the car. We're going to switch out Schumacher's gearbox. It's, I believe, a percentage point away from becoming yellow. Change that out for a fresh one, so it doesn't lose performance. And with that, I think both cars are ready for qualifying. Now, we are getting light rain during qualifying too here.
Radio check, Kevin.
So this could be interesting.
Radio's good.
Q1, it's not going to get rain, which is okay. Let's send out our cars. I have paused. That's my bad. And I sent Schumacher out there immediately by Norris, which isn't super good, but I can live with it. Let's see how the boys do. Did we cause problems for Norris? Nah, he ran wide. Magnus is looking good. He already have beaten 3 cars. Well, 4 cars if you include Schumacher. Let's get Schumacher on a fresh set of softs. He might actually need it. I just realized I've actually completely forgotten about something. I should have slapped on the new front wings. Ah, I'm an idiot. I manufactured new parts, but I did not put them on the car. That's a bit embarrassing. So far though, we're looking good. Like, Ocon beating out, just barely, is acceptable. Being beat by Red Bulls is acceptable.
Was that a lock-up on the track?
We get beat by Mercs too, that's perfectly fine. Thought as expected. In terms of pure performance, the Red Bull engines will be the quickest. And honestly, I just recommend going with the Red Bull engines. They are the ones that I had the most experience with. I do have a video on my channel where I go through how engine degradation works. So if you have a look at that, you'll basically be set. That should solve most of your problems regarding engines, David. But again, it's also personal preference. Like, some of the engines are weaker in terms of power, but it isn't by much. Like, I tested all the engines, so it's a while ago. I don't fully remember, unfortunately. It's also been a while since I last played this game. Let's see, Magnussen I think is safe. I don't see 10 cars beating him out. Yeah, Ferrari engines isn't a bad choice. Like, don't worry about it. It's perfectly okay. Have I sent Schumacher out here slightly too late? I don't think so. I think they'll be fine. Maybe? I think that was on the second. Magnussen is okay. Schumacher, are you going to be able to... Yeah, just barely make it out of Q1 there. We're very close to like the cars in front. These two had an identical time. And now we're having the rain. I wish I could preview rain. So let's see, track water 1.25 millimeters. Okay. Let us go ahead and change the front wing. Ah, adjustments locked. I am dumb. I might be able to fix it before the race. Yeah, like the biggest thing that will actually have something to say for your car is not how well you develop it, it's actually your driver's skills. They have a huge thing to say. Like, very bad drivers will do 2 to 3 seconds slower a lap than some of the top drivers, which is a bit unfortunate. But it's also understandable. Okay, so rain is expected throughout the entire qualifying, but it's supposed to let up towards the end there. What is basically the same across the entire thing? Okay. Send Magnuson out first. Then we'll send Shumi out after. And we'll see if
There's rain.
the rain changes somehow. Can we make it out of Q2 for the first time with Haas? Kind of doubtful, unfortunately. Particularly since I forgot we made a new front wing, and then I immediately forgot. The fact that we have 4 sets of inters means that we have no problem wasting another fresh set. The track is supposed to be dry towards the end, but again, we have a very, very bad forecast center, so 70% accuracy is going to be concerning, to put it mildly. Yeah, as you can see, it started raining more. Our forecast accuracy is very, very concerning. Yeah, this... State how inaccurate your forecasts are if you don't have it maxed, so... I think for challenge game, we're gonna actually just say that the only building I'm allowed to max is the forecast center. I might also have just sent Schumacher out too late, especially since it's wet out. Get Latifi into Q3, or have him be competing for pole. Because honestly, I think you can do that within just a couple of seasons. If you take advantage of everything that the game has to offer in terms of progressing your car. Not the best qualifying for us there, 13th and 14th. The pole might take potentially 3 seasons. It'll depend a little bit. I already am dreading this race with the forecast as it is, because we have rain, more rain, dry. And this rallyway I don't like. This is supposed to be wet, inters, wets, side inters, wets, dries. So yeah. Lap 20 on the softs. How degraded would they be by then? Performance, 300s. Mediums are basically identical. It will not take long for mediums to become softs in terms of lap speeds. And mediums can survive like 30 laps versus hards. I think we'll start on mediums. And probably finish softs, potentially. We'll start on mediums and then we'll take it from there once we know the rain. It's a bit of a rough one. I'll have to deal with things as they come, more or less. I think this is good. Let's get started.
As the sun continues
I need to
shine,
just stretch for a sec.
It seems like nothing can dampen the mood of excitement here at the track. Looking at the Haas, they're in the back half of the pack, so they'll need to work hard if they want a podium finish. The crowd are on their feet in anticipation of this, the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Lights out, away we go. We'll have to see. We'll have to check this often. Forecast actually changes because we do not have high forecast accuracy. That was wrong. I want to check camera angle. Can we get Norris immediately? Yes, we can. Very nice.
Okay, nice
Schumacher
work.
is kind of falling back. I see one soft runner. Soft, mediums, and hards for the most part. If I saw a lot of soft runners here, we could have had some advantage there, honestly.
Haas with an overtake.
Schumacher took over Gasly, which is good. We'll have to see when the wet period comes, how we want to handle this, because again, it's one of those that is hard to predict. Because we don't have a good forecast center, and I know that I say that a lot, but... yeah. That is the real challenge this game has to offer. Try and do a changing conditions race with a 60% forecast. That would be honestly an interesting challenge to see if you could even make it
Is that a
work.
new race position for Haas?
Schumacher overtakes
Let's
Norris.
take a
Nice.
closer look. Now just focus on the Haas.
That is what I like to see.
DRS enabled.
We do have DRS enabled now. It's still just one big DRS train at this point. We'll have to see how it gets split up. What lap can we... around 18, 19. Okay. Thinking that we still use a decent amount of fuel here because it's going to be wet. And wet means we don't use as much fuel. So I'm thinking we take advantage of that. Burn off a little bit extra fuel, make our car lighter. I can also have Schumacher just go ahead and have both of our cars regen, get it up to maximum. That way we can make moves when we need to. Might need to tune Schumacher down here so he doesn't fall behind.
So overtake is available if you need it.
That did give me a mini heart attack. I thought
Charge off.
Kev had decided to delete someone again. Wet weather is predicted. Okay. It's coming soon, you say? How soon are we talking? Because according to this, we're still 10 laps away. I'm thinking we try and make some moves here with Magnussen. If it's on lap 18, we can also burn a little bit of tire to try and get a move done.
Kev, if you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy.
Whee. Didn't even realize I've been going for 3 hours. I thought it was a lot shorter than that. Might have to take a break out of this race and get some dinner. Do we have it here? I think we just used too much energy too early. I think we harvest and then we use energy to take with
Charge on, please.
Copy
push
that.
the DRS later on. I think the only thing we succeeded with there was leaving Schumacher behind, which is very unfortunate.
Looks like to us it's raining.
Oh,
Yeah, a couple.
now the big question is it going to be inters or is it going to be full-on rain? Not going up super quick.
Come on, Kev, you can do this.
Copy.
Again, it's not. I'm gonna upgrade the forecast sender to maximum because it's just frustrating and annoying to not be able to plan. We're gonna gamble on immediately going to inters for both cars, and hopefully the time Schumacher spends stuck behind is gonna be worth it. The only concern I have is that it's going to immediately go into full wets territory. So most cars just went straight ahead. I'm curious about what our competitors put on their cars. They have put on Inters. Okay, so Inters might not be the worst choice. We're behind Bottas and Alonso. Tires are severely overheating though. Okay, because we are pushing like madmen. So let's tune that down. TP has been overtaken. Norris is slow. You can see everyone is slow here that don't have the correct tires. So we might get lucky here and jump a lot of people. Jumped all the way up to 6th. And Leclerc is still running around in mediums. So we could jump up to 5th here. Unfortunately, Schumacher got the, you know, the tragic end of that stick. But Leclerc got hit even harder with some Ferrari strategy. My main concern is that I don't think Magnus and Haas, our car don't have the pace to be where we are right now. As you can see, we're not doing the same lap times as Bottas and Alonso. So, it's going to be rough to, you know, stay where we are. It's going to be interesting to see if we can actually do that. Oh, crash on track.
Ferrari, advance the race position. Let's take a look
Leclerc
at the
overtakes
replay.
Schumacher,
Okay, here's
which
the Ferrari.
is kind of what we expect. Kind of brute forcing his way through. Nothing wrong with that. Who's the crashy?
We've just had a crash on the track.
Joe,
We can
okay.
Take a look now. Let's take another look. There we have.
No safety car though, so we're safe there. I want to have a quick look here on car conditions for some of the cars around us. Leclerc's engine is starting to suffer quite a lot. Sainz, also engine. Next couple of races are actually going to be vulnerable. And we should get a new underfloor out too, so that could be interesting. Let's continue. Magnus is losing out to the cars in front of him, but is still somehow holding Perez behind him. It's impressive. I'll see how long you can actually hold on to this, because it's kind of interesting. It's doing a very, very good job so far, honestly. There we go, Paris finally beat him.
Red Bull
But
gained the
he
place. Let's
held him
have a
behind for
look.
quite a while.
So let's look at this. There's Sergio Perez.
That was a good fight.
We've just
Uh,
had a car run wide.
Gonna have to change a quick little thing here in the strategy view. Because as you can see, it won't last to the end. We're gonna have to pit it again around lap 40. Maybe even sooner, lap 35. That way, it'll be equal usage, so to speak. Free market is 12, so not the worst position to be in. We'll have to see how long Magnussen can keep on to where he is. He now has Hamilton to contend with. Is the stream a bit choppy?
Mercedes moved up a place.
I'd have to have a look at that. Yeah, Merck did get past Hamilton to get past Magnussen. Now Leclerc is the next target coming up from behind. That's going to be a bit interesting. I don't think we're holding Leclerc behind either, for that matter. It's unfortunate. Merck is still doing okay, holding his own. Yeah, Oliver. Basically just one. My preview saying that it's not... that stream is smooth, but I don't know if that's actual facts. I'll have a look in a bit. Might have to up my bitrate a bit then. Let's see here. Magnussen is holding on for dear life, but Leclerc did get him.
Locked up.
Yeah, okay.
Schumacher locked
Here's the
up, but no
replay.
damage. I can
Now
be
just
happy with that.
focus on the Haas. They're fourth
I've seen
wide,
worse.
And there we can see them slide off.
He didn't actually lose any position though, he just lost time to the cars around him.
And that's the lockup.
So not the worst case. I think around 36,
Oh,
37,
just run wide there.
we are going to pitch for, hopefully, a new set of inters. So I think we'll go a bit aggressive for both. Just let them
Sounds like someone
burn off a little bit, because these could last to the end of the race, but they're gonna be shriveled up and broken. Completely broken. So we're gonna gamble on pitting for fresh ones. And hopefully we can make something work out of that. Let Magnussen go full attack. He should come out around 12, so... yeah, not the best thing. But I'm thinking go into fresh ones. It's estimating 7/10 gained per lap. So we shall gamble on this. And we shall do the same here for Schumacher. Inters, not mediums. That would be a bit much to ask. Should we wait a little bit before we do this? Potentially the... I think we're gonna have to gamble like this. Again, we don't have accurate forecasts, which is a huge problem, really. Magnussen comes out just behind Tsunoda. Schumacher loses a position, basically. Please let me tune down the tire usage before they turn to shreds. And Magnussen and Schumacher both burn some fuel. Use an overtake. See if we can get out of the way past Tsunoda here. There we go. And now in terms of lap times,
Haas with an overtake.
we're running about a second quicker than Gasly, Russell, Ocon. And we are about 10 seconds behind. Sorry, not 10 seconds, 20 seconds. So we could make something work here. It's going to be a little bit challenging.
Is that a new race position for Haas? Is that a lockup?
Verstappen with a lockup too? Oh, it seems to be okay. I'm a little bit distracted right now because I had a friend tell me that my stream is being very, very choppy. So I'm just trying to figure out what the issue is and maybe up the bitrate, see if that helps. Because I apparently set it very low last time. My apologies. You are more than allowed to yell at me. I do silly things. That should be a little bit better, hopefully. So yeah, Magnussen is running fairly quick here compared to the cars around him. So, again, about a second. All the way up to Bottas. But they are so far ahead that I don't think we make it to the end of the race like this. Especially right now, it seems to be drying up. Which means that we're going to have to pit again. And I should have expected it to be way sooner than it otherwise would have.
Is it improving at all? It looks like to us it's not raining.
Copy.
So Magnussen... Have Schumacher be the testy? The test dummy? And... yeah, I really shouldn't have pitted. I thought we would be around here. That's on me. See. The softs will last to the end. Mediums will too. So I think we go softs. Let's get Schumacher in now onto softs. Because it will be going under that damp level. But we might just be a little bit too early on the trigger for going softs, but I think it should be okay. I should have pushed with Magnussen. That's my bad. I was a bit too focused on Schumacher here. Sainz is also pitting, so hopefully we made the right choice there. Save a little bit of time compared to the people that we want to try and hunt down. See, if we go aggressive and deploy, will that actually matter for these boys? I don't think so. Yeah, they made it. I would have to do that from the get-go, but we did get up in the points at least. And let me guess. Still Russell and Ocon But I don't think they will be... I don't think I'll be able to catch up with them for Magnussen here. We could try and run aggressive and, of course, deploy the rest. And just see if we can get something out of them. The RS is now empty, though. I don't think we get them in time. Maybe? Oh, just barely. We used everything we had to get there, though. That was close, but definitely worth it. Now, 13 laps, we might be a little bit lacking in terms of
Seems to have been a lockup.
everything. Had a Vettel lockup too. That's a bit unfortunate. See, everyone is on soft tires, so I don't think we're keeping Russell behind us, honestly. We have 2 seconds right now. I think that's gonna vanish fairly quickly. We shall have to wait and see. Again, Schumacher, there's not too much we can do here. I could try and have him go ahead and deploy. See if you can catch up to Verstappen. Yeah, I don't think we're catching up to Verstappen. I was thinking that we'd be... We should still be good with fuel. I was thinking we'd try and cheese it here, see if we can catch up to Verstappen.
I think there's been a lockup.
And use his DRS to catch up to the rest of the field. It is not happening. For Schumacher here. So our focus will be on Magnussen
Okay, back off.
and see if we can score some points. Nine laps to go. We're still holding Russell behind, kind of just barely. So what I'm thinking here now is that once Russell catches up to us, we will go on, save energy, save tires, save everything. Save a bit of fuel as well. We'll go standard, stick to standard on the tires. Because what's going to happen is Russell's going to overtake us, and we're going to use his DRS to try and keep up with him. And hopefully overtake him towards the end. It's going to be difficult, for sure. But I don't see any other way we're making this work. Sainz could also cause a massive headache here if he... Yeah, we're already dropping behind. I don't think this is happening. I think 9th is the best we can hope for. Yeah. Unless we take a piggyback ride of Sainz, I think 9th is gonna have to be what we will have to be happy with. It's still not a bad result, especially considering that I forgot to slap on the one upgrade we've made so far. I don't like the fact that Stroll, though, is currently being the DRS train down to Ocon. That is kind of unfortunate for us. I think we might be fine, though. Hopefully. That is.
Who's running wide there?
Alonso ran wide. I could... well, he's so far ahead that it doesn't really matter. Let's burn some fuel. Go aggressive on the tires. Just basically see if we can maintain that non-DRS gap. As long as we do that, I'm happy. Unfortunately, we still don't have a car that can really fight the Mercs. So, not too much we can do against them, honestly. But we should have some pretty good updates coming in after this. Better than one. Science has 1 here. We ended up 9th.
And
We'll have to
Sainz
be happy
crosses
with
the line
that. Schumacher
first, and
13th.
he's taken the win.
Very good. Not the best result we've had for Schumacher, but can live with that. Ferrari first, Red Bull 2-3, Ferrari 4th. Bottas still doing great, 5th place. 6th and 8th for the Mercedes. Alonso 7th, and then we have Ocon 10. We got a couple of points. I guess we'll be happy with that. Sainz now taking charge of the championship. 1 point between Verstappen and Perez. And generally, some other smaller changes. Constructors, no real changes. We move up past McLaren. Maybe the board will be happy with that. I kind of doubt it, though. In all honesty, we'll have to see. Development point for Drugovic. It's good. 3.4 million. Not the most money we've made, but it's not bad either. And before I forget, let's go and slap on the new front wing. 16 days, 18 days for suspension. So after Miami, we're going to have the new underfloor. Where else? There it is. This will be a small upgrade that will slightly harm the high-speed corners, but it should be okay. Analysis now of our car. 7th on low speed. Still lacking high speed though, so once we get that next once we get that underfloor, we're gonna be happy. Hey again, Maddie. Sit rep. 4 races left. I think you should be good. You have a barrier to go on, unless Verstappen decides to crash out Perez a few times for you. That would be unfortunate, to say the least. We are exceeding expectation, though. Apparently 9th is very, very good for them. Yeah, in terms of development, we have the underfloor. That one's going to be pretty huge. And we have the suspension too. That's also going to be a decent one. So I don't think we can be too angry, honestly. One, two, a better wins constructors around Coda. Well, I wish you good luck on that. It is always nice to finish it early, although it can be a bit boring. But good luck. I think you got it in the bag, honestly. New ATR period. Good. Let's set up the race prep. Q2. 12's the better. We're doable. And the other one, we don't really have a say in anymore. But I am, unfortunately, rather hungry. We've been streaming now for close to 4 hours. So what I'm thinking is that I'm going to end today's stream here. Go and go get some food. And then I'm probably going to do a couple of races for the Aston save. Start finishing that up. And I'll be back streaming sometime tomorrow for those who are still interested. I apologize that the stream seemed to have been choppy at times. I didn't actually realize OBS wasn't giving me any indication. So, big apology there. Don't be afraid to just tell me that, hey man, stream is incredibly choppy, please fix. But, I'm thinking we end it here, as I said, and I'll continue tomorrow. I'm a bit unsure exactly when. I might even do 2 streams tomorrow that I do like a race or 2 after the Austrian Grand Prix. And then stream some more in the evening. I'll have to see exactly what I decide to do. But again, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. It's good to be back. I have enjoyed streaming this again. And I'm thinking that over Easter week, which is next week, I'll probably be streaming a lot more because I work as a teacher, and luckily enough, we have plenty of next week off. So I will not have to go to work. Currently, I am mostly healed, so I'm almost back to full work in a situation, but next week is completely off. I'll be streaming a lot more. Yeah. There'll be stream sometime tomorrow. I'll set up a schedule like I did this one, schedule a stream. For those of you interested, I'll do a shout in Discord before I go live. And as I said, hope you've enjoyed, and I hope to see you all next time. Bye bye.